Welcome everyone to Science Society, and of course, um, a special welcome um, to you, Rafe, because as I said, you offered to do this on a regular basis in the future, and to kind of teach us more also in the future technical insights into the world of AI, how to use it in software development, and the implications. So I think education around this matter is very important. That's why I was so happy that you offered this, especially for people that are kind of, didn't have the opportunity to learn this in school. I think using AI in the future will be very important for everyone, for all fields. And if you know anyone that could take advantage of this, or is maybe in a place or in a country where education is not very accessible, maybe also for women especially, around the world, please feel free to share these type of educational content, not just ours, of course, but in general, where girls and women don't have access to education, especially. And that's why I thought this is wonderful. And to give a very brief overview, Rafi bin Ali, he is a senior developer with over 10 years experience, and he is living in Canada. And I think the rest he can tell us, and how he came to work in this field, and take it from there. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Katerina. Thank you, everyone, for being here, for listening to me. Um, I'll just start from the slides. I put in a little bit about me. I have over 10 years experience in software development. Right now, my focus is on technologies called Power Platform and SharePoint. Uh, I work as a cloud solutions architect, and my focus is on AI, like Azure Cognitive Services. In the future, my other interests are in the area of technical education, especially in the areas of special education, where I'm building some products. But those are just in ideas in some phases. Uh, and one key takeaway for me, at least, from all of this, is that being in the AI space now, is that there's a lot of questions surrounding, will AI ever be able to be like humans in the sense of emotions, feeling emotions and conveying emotions. And as I'm studying this and as I'm working with this, as I continue to evolve, I think it definitely will. There will come a point where machine will be able to replicate these emotions. So I'll move on to the third slide. I'll start with just give you an overview of what I'll be talking about. As Katerina said, this is going to be a bi-weekly series. So this one is like an introduction kind of thing, as well as in the future, based on the feedback gathered, I hope we can get more speakers, as well as I'd like to also get into areas of how uh, existing AI models can be used in software development itself. Uh, so the agenda for today would be AI. What is AI? I think everybody already knows what AI is, so I'll probably skip over that. Uh, Machine learning and deep learning, and I will start with some terminology to understand because we have a diverse audience over here. And I think everybody is familiar with ChatGPT. Uh, I think understanding some terminology behind ChatGPT itself will be useful for people who might be looking to integrate AI in terms of understanding the pricing structure further, right? So I think those some fundamentals I will discuss. Uh, and mostly in this, I will then focus on natural language processing. So I'll start with setting some baseline, like discuss DAL-E and GPT. I think everybody already knows, but DAL-E is a language to text, language to image model, basically, that is available via OpenAI's interface, APIs. Only programmable access is available via API, whereas ChatGPT itself is related to text generation. BERT is another one, which is obviously by Google. So the terminology, there are, I think, in my opinion, there is four things that everyone should understand as AI becomes ever pervasive in our lives, right? So the first one is tokens. Tokens in natural language processing is basically, you can think of tokens as individual words or even phrases that are separated by some symbol. So if you separate some words, like if I take an example sentence, what I'm talking right now, a space, a comma, a period would all be determining how many tokens my request or my prompt, as they say, will use in terms of uh, user interface AI. The other one to know and understand maybe is temperature. Temperature in this machine language parlance is basically refers to a parameter that controls the randomness in the output. Um, you can think of it in terms of, as an example, if you want your model to write, or if you want ChatGPT to write a fantasy novel, a sci-fi novel outline for you, you'd probably want the temperature to be high, and a higher temperature basically leads to high creativity, whereas a lower temperature would uh, lead the model to be more conservative in its generation of text. The other one is patience. Patience is refers to uh, the number of iterations basically that a model will use to continue training without seeing any improvement in the uh, overall performance. And this is used to prevent what is called overfitting. And I don't think I have mentioned that in the slides, but I'll explain what overfitting is in terms of when you're training a model. Uh, if you think about it, like let's say you have an AI model that is you're using it to read a bunch of IMDb movie reviews, right? And you want to classify it as whether and you're teaching the model basically to recognize a positive review from a negative review. So if the model learns to overfit the training data, right, what it would maybe start doing is it may start to memorize specific words and phrases within the review and then say, okay, just because this specific phrase was used, the review is positive. Whereas we as humans know that that is not, maybe not the case, because the overall sentiment of the thing message might be negative, right? So as an example, if I read something and it has the phrase superb acting, superb acting, that kind of conveys to me without the context that, okay, the review may be positive. Although, if I state the following sentence, although the overall acting was superb, the overall story and the plot was weak. That definitely has a negative review, right? So things like that uh, are called overfitting, and patience is used to control that. This won't be practical for those who are using just ChatGPT, but if we are looking to train an actual model, then it will be. The other terminology to understand is attention. Uh, Attention basically allows a model to focus on specific parts of the text that you want to teach. And uh, a closely related term is temperature and attention. So the temperature is like, you know, how when a teacher is explaining something in school and the teacher might decide, okay, I want to concentrate on certain explanation more than the other because the certain part of what is being explained is more uh, important to understand. Like if someone is teaching about black hole in physics, right, what a black hole is, I might want to concentrate on certain area more than I would concentrate on the other. That's what temperature basically controls. So some of these terminologies are not necessary to actually understand other than token if you're using just ChatGPT, but they are critical to understand if you're gonna use API in your maybe organizations, because all of these things determine the cost that your organization will eventually pay to run model per iteration, right? So I'll move on to slide 4 and start with NLP, natural language processing. As I was building these slides, this is such a vast area, you know, and I decided, okay, I cannot just cover everything, obviously. So in this one, because everybody knows what ChatGPT is, so I will focus more on NLP, natural language processing, and then from there, I'll slide on to the skills necessary in the area of software development in the next maybe even as close as 5 years, which isn't a lot time. So natural language processing is basically a subfield of AI, and the whole idea behind that is to teach the machine how to process language as a human processes a language. That's the central idea. Uh, just as the example that I gave in the story, right, about the negative review, although it was using positive words. So this is what this is about, basically, uh, to teach a machine how to generate text as closely as humans do. And then there's sentiment analysis, as I just spoke about in that positive movie review. And the techniques used borrow from the fields of computer science, linguistics, and cognitive psychology. As I am studying more and more, I am beginning to realize that psychology, people who know psychology, they're going to play a big, huge part in the coming days as AI starts to get more mature. Uh, in slide 5, it's I've given an example of NLP, which we all know as OpenAI's ChatGPT. But other NLP technologies are Facebook Deep Text and Microsoft AI for accessibility for differently abled people. They have a vision, forgetting the name, but so that is also based on NLP. And then I think we are all familiar with Grammarly, and that is obviously has been around for a while. And that is also an example of NLP. So if I move over to slide number 8 now, 6, sorry, I have discussed some language models in OpenAI. And the reason I'm mentioning these in the introductory session is because everybody is now familiar with ChatGPT, so I think it is important to know which models are being used in OpenAI. So OpenAI right now, all the models are non-deterministic. What this means is that in easy terms is that if I were to ask it a question, um, the response that it gives will be different each time I ask the same question, basically. So they are non-deterministic. And the four models in use in ChatGPT, sorry, not ChatGPT, in OpenAI. ChatGPT is using the DaVinci one, but in OpenAI itself, available for us to call using software APIs is DaVinci, Curie, Babbage, and Ada. DaVinci model is the fastest one, and I think recently they have made the OpenAI has actually made the ChatGPT API itself available, open to be used directly from code. The DaVinci is the most fastest and most complete because it has been trained on 1.75 billion parameters. Curie, on the other hand, can be a little bit faster than DaVinci, and Curie is good in technical documents, and if you want to summarize technical document into bullet points, for example, extract key points from email. If you're getting an email and you route it through a workflow, and you wanted to extract the key points from an email. So for example, you wanted to extract if there is any action item and maybe create a draft in Outlook based on that. So Curie would probably do a much faster job than DaVinci model. Babbage, on the other hand, is great for brainstorming, and as I discussed earlier about the temperature of the thing, that higher the temperature. So Babbage, the internal, uh, how Babbage works, the temperature is very high. So you can use it to do brainstorms. Again, this is not in ChatGPT, but available via AI. So let's say if I'm building a product which I have built as a demo, but I cannot show it here because it's obviously just voice. But if you were building a product just as a brainstorming tool, Babbage would probably be much much better for you in terms of both the speed, the level of creativity that you need for brainstorming, as well as it will be cheaper to run than the DaVinci. And then they have Ada. I have not really actually used Ada, but as per OpenAI, they're saying that it is the fastest model. And it is also in relation to creativity, it is close to Babbage. So those are some of the things you might want to consider if you're implementing OpenAI APIs in your organization, because all these things can lead to higher cost or lower cost as you. So yeah. The other one is Codex. This is slide 7. The other one is Codex, which is very frightening for me at least, is because it can now write code. Complete code can be written using the Codex APIs. And according to my testing so far, it can write almost foolproof code in Python and JavaScript. Although in my own area in .NET and PowerShell, it was not as it was not as great. So, but this is for now. It is definitely gonna get better as it continues to evolve and learn from more data sets. And then I have discussed two codex models. I'll just skip over that because yeah, people can read it, but I'll just skip over that for now. Um, in so now I will get to the some other stuff for in terms of software development. And in slide 9, I think it is important to discuss how people can actually uh, enter into this, especially software developers, if they're looking for an area to diversify their own learning and provide more value to their existing clients. I think in my space, Microsoft Power Platform and Azure is a great area, and that's my focus. But if people are just starting out and they're developers or maybe learning or maybe in school right now, a lot of work, and actually, I think most of the major work is being done on Python. So Python is a great language to learn that I am also learning in my free time, Python. Uh, and then in slide 10, I introduce a cloud service called Replicate. Replicate basically allows you to play with models other than what's being offered in OpenAI. For example, one of the available models is converting audio to text in all major languages. So you have that. Another example that I saw on the model was adding colors to old videos, like old movies, the black and white movies. You can actually add colors, and there are models to do that. A lot of apps like FaceApp, the features in FaceApp, they have models related to image processing as well. Um, in slide 11, I have shown you an example of how on the left side there's a black and white movie, and on the right side they have added colors to it. So this is on Replicate AI itself, and the API is very cheap. And on slide 12, which I am actually processing right now for a product that I'm test in idea phases for a differently abled blind community, is object detection. As you can see, it is basically detecting object on, and this is on Replicate. So it identified a dog, it identified a cycle, right? So it will be kind of very helpful if we can have like that stake that if blind people can wear glasses and it will identify a wall comes in or on the floor, like there is some dug up and they have to detour. So those models are available. The reason I'm showing it, certain things that you might need to do in your organization or as a hobby project are already available at a very cheap cost. And Replicate is a cloud provider for just one cloud provider among many others. Um, so obviously, I think we already know in slide 13, I discussed some use cases like I think everyone probably aware that build chat bots and virtual assistants and other conversational API applications, AI applications, and to analyze data and make predictions like sales forecasting, how many products I need to buy to reach a number of sales. That can already be done, but this is via AI as well. And to automate workflows and tasks such as scheduling appointments, managing email. I actually have another demo which maybe we can do another session where I take from my phone, I capture some text that I've written in a meeting as an example, and then AI automatically classifies all that into action items and then take the appropriate action, like creating a draft email that I can go back to my desk and refer to and review it and then send it out. or create a task in my task list. So now the question is, how is software development going to change? Software development is going to change because a lot of things uh, that we rely on for developers and administrators to do is actually going to be automated. It is already in the process of being automated, but it's gonna the nature of these jobs are going to change, like automation of routine tasks. AI will be able to debug code, it will be able to do QA, it will be able to do all kinds of deployments automatically, which it already does to a certain extent, like we already have automated build pipelines. So uh, the human factor is probably going to be reduced very much in the coming maybe 2 3 years. AI is definitely going to add another dimension completely when it comes to improved code quality in terms of how efficient a code can be. Right now, when we have peer reviews, we are still limited by the knowledge of the people sitting reviewing, peer reviewing it. But AI, as you like think about it, is like what, like the population of the whole world. They're learning from the population of the whole world, right? So yeah, we are definitely looking forward to improved code quality, which is obviously gonna lead to different areas for developers to focus on. Rather than write code, they have to focus on different skills, which I'll get to in a little while. The biggest thing for me, at least, is right now is generating code. As I already discussed, it can write a full website, complete website, and I think there are websites that let you do that for a price, that just create a website with everything, with all the content, and you don't really have to do anything. So now the question is, so if the code can be written by the machine, where does that leave me as a software developer, right? Like what skills do I need to focus on to keep me relevant, to keep my job? And that's where I think the slide 15 focuses on is I, as a software developer, I think I would need to focus more on problem solving and critical thinking. That is going to be huge. If I can solve a problem, then I am in demand, basically. The need for data sciences is going to be big. I think we already know data sciences and big data is going to get big, because data sciences is another thing that these models, data scientists, are the people who are actually going to be training the model. It is not I, as a software developer, who is going to be training the model in most cases. It will be the data scientists who will need to figure out with cognitive psychologists how this thing is going to work, because at the end of the day, we have to remember the central principle, which is the we are trying to have the machines mimic how humans learn, how humans think, basically. So, and as AI evolves, there's definitely going to be a need for smart data architectures, for more uh, better algorithms, for better data structures. Right now, like in software development, we use linked arrays a lot, right? So maybe in the future, when we have to process massive amounts of data, there would be a need for better systems, better data structures. And systems thinking and scalable and maintainable, yeah, that is important. That is gonna become more important as we go along. And the human-centered design, understanding the pain points and the user stories is gonna uh, uh, add more value to a software developer if we know how to actually conduct focus stories, surveys, get input from people, if we know how to ask questions. So uh, that those skills are going to be more important for software developers, which um, are not the focus of software developers at the point. Sometimes organizations are structured in such a way that software developers only get told what to do, but this skill will be central, because if code can be written, I can be replaced. What the machine cannot replace right now is the ability to ask the right questions and to understand the motive behind everything. And this leads me to believe, and I think there's research on this as well, that human centered design is going to be critical. And to top all of this and categorize all of this, communication skills, that is going to be foremost. If I can ask the right questions, if I can understand the motivation behind why a user says, oh, when I click this, when I have to click 2 3 times, I don't like that, so we all hear that. We need to understand why the user says that, and if we can understand that, then yeah, that is where software developer would need to know. Um, and to conclude this introductory session, where is AI headed? Uh, I think AI is going to be leading to more expert systems, where computer systems will be able to mimic the decision making abilities of a human in a domain completely. It is already doing that, but with artificial neural networks, machines are going to learn like a human brain learns. Like for I'm exploring a model for a product is based on CNN, which is convolutional neural network, basically, and in a nutshell, that identifies images. For example, if I have sign language, right, I can use those to create a product uh, which will translate my voice, what I'm saying right now, into sign language. Although it is not as simple as that, because sign language also depends on mostly on facial gestures and your body language to convey and the whole sentiment of a text. But yeah, this is where it's headed. Uh, Reinforcement learning is a big one. Uh, Reinforcement learning is, I think, borrowing from psychology. You know, how you teach a pet and reward the pet for a good behavior, or you do not reward in the same way for a bad behavior, and that's how the pet learns, okay, what's good, what's allowed, what's not allowed. So this is what's being done in reinforcement learning, and this is just one of the like a many hundred others things being done. And yeah, so basically, AI, the human psychology, organizational psychology, what we have read in the books is all being replicated into AI. And the more I work with this, the more I find myself disagreeing with people who say that machines will never be able to understand and process emotions. Because I think there will come a point, not maybe in my lifetime, but there will come a point maybe in the next 100 years when AI will be able to understand emotion just as well or even better as humans do. So thank you very much, and I'll open the floor, pass the mic to Katerina, maybe for question, answer, and feedback. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for giving us this introduction here today. And this was really wonderful. And there are a bunch of questions in the chat that I can maybe read out to you. So the first question was by Denise. She heard that ChatGPT 4 is launching soon, and what do you think? How far beyond the current one is it, and what's our take on the next one, maybe?
Yeah, I think ChatGPT 4 is there, and from what I know, it's gonna be trained on more parameters than this GPT 3. But in order to completely answer your question, it would definitely be better. But I'm gonna have to do a little bit more research. But based on the number of parameters that they're saying that it will have. It will, by rational conclusion, I can say it will definitely be an improvement. However, one thing that I continue to see is, and that's the thing that I forgot to address in this, is there are certain biases that continue to exist in AI, and those ethical and moral change challenges will need to be addressed. So yeah.
Yeah, thank you. And yeah, if anyone, and I know Eric, you're here. Um,
Yeah, I have a question.
yeah,
Yeah, so love the talk. I've been finding it super helpful coming from like scientific computing, where software development, software engineering is not really taught for scientific computing. Things like, hey, just make a GUI for me in Python for these parameters here, or I want to scan through these hyperparameters. All of that syntax and kind of problematic things have been super useful, but there are situations where I've had to run it like 3, 4, 5 times, so it might not get the correct version of the Python that I need specifically. In your experience, how like could you comment on that, and then perhaps which model you find most useful for that kind of work? And then I have a follow-up question about multimodal models. The surprising thing being if you add chain of reasoning or whatever it's called with multimodal, a model with 700 million parameters is able to outperform ChatGPT. So the visual component seems to be very critical here. So if you had any insights or comments on that, that would be great as well. Thank you. And amazing work. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks for the questions. So the first one, yeah, that happens. The libraries, and then you have to go back and forth. I have had that happen, yes, and I think the solution to that is if you search up on Google what's called Docker. Docker is essentially a VM, like sort of like a virtual machine that you can install. It isolates the libraries and the version that your Node.js and your Python libraries need. So you can basically isolate them, and let's say one library needs version 3 and another project that you're doing needs version 2, so they cannot coexist. So Docker will help you resolve them without making any changes to your existing machine, because sometimes what happens is if you do not isolate your machine itself, you might start encountering issues. As an example, once I installed a an update for SharePoint framework that's for SharePoint, and my PowerShell, uh, PowerShell, which is like a advanced command line interface, got messed up. So yeah, Docker will help keep your machine that you use separate from any kind of testing that you do. So it wouldn't interfere with any other configuration settings. Does that answer your first question? Uh, okay. Yeah. Yeah. No problem. And the second one, I you were asking me for my opinion on something that has been trained on more parameters than ChatGPT, and whether it will be good or not. Is that correct?
It's a multi. So I posted the link to the paper as well. It's an archive paper entitled "Multimodal Chain of Thought Reasoning in Language Models," and they showed that this model that had less than a billion parameters outperformed state-of-the-art GPT 3.5 by 16 percentage points on, for
I
example,
see.
the science QA benchmark. For me, that's specifically critical because when I'm trying to implement something scientific in a computing kind of fashion, I've noticed that ChatGPT sometimes misunderstands. And there are various ways of finding those problems, but you have to be kind of diligent knowing that going into it, you're almost kind of trusting but verifying. So everything that you get, you're still doing edge case testing. But this multimodal model, which is able to include like visual data, so diagrams or graphs, it's able to use that with the LLM in this new kind of hybrid fashion that reduces the computation, uh, 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 computing resources required to achieve similar results. So that's like super fascinating because I think a huge thing happened with smartphones when we didn't need to go to the cloud anymore for voice. It can now be run locally because the model was compressed and so on. So this seems to be like another kind of element of that sort. And with respect to software engineering or software development, um, I'm thinking, okay, there's always a visual component. There's like some sort of graph, there's some abstract concept, and that
Hmm.
helps to that process. So I'm looking forward to being able to use these models. And the
Hmm.
code for this particular model is available along with the weights, which was surprising. I don't know if you kept up with the recent stuff, but apparently GPT 3.5 weights were leaked on the internet. So anyone with enough computing can perhaps run it now themselves.
Yeah, and that's great to know. I'm not familiar with this exact paper that you're mentioning, but in terms of software development, yes, improvements will be continue to come as all these models now in public domain are actually learning from us, right? Even Chat GPT is actually learning from us, and but if you would like to check out these models, if you have the source code as well as the compressed form of the model, I would recommend you check out Replicate, which is a cloud API provider that actually lets you deploy your own models and train them in the cloud. You have to go through an approval process to have your models there, but that's what it's there. Unless you have your own machine that is powerful enough to do that, then. But I have explored Replicate, and it is very cheap actually
Okay,
to
thank you.
do that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
really
no,
appreciate that. I'm looking at it right now. Machine learning doesn't need to be so hard. Run models in the cloud at scale. So, thank you for that reference.
yeah, no problem. And yeah, machine learning is actually basically automation of how human thinks, right? So for people like data scientists and big data geeks and all those are gonna all those fields are gonna pick up more important as time comes along, especially cognitive psychologists. That's gonna because all as I'm doing this, I realize that whatever behavioral psychology, organizational psychology, and all that. I'm not a student of psychology, but I know a little bit to understand that whatever has been learned, how humans function from being born to ultimately, that's being replicated in the machine now, and yeah, it is going to get better. So hopefully, yeah, that answers your question.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah,
You're
the
welcome.
work that I do specifically is biotech. So, coming at it from a physics perspective, I found these tools to be super useful. Do you have any? Have you been keeping metrics of how much code, perhaps in the last year, has been generated by you compared to by your prompts for the machine? I know one researcher, Karpathy, he mentioned something like he estimates that 80% of his code was written by the machines in the last year, which is crazy, scary, and awesome at the same time.
Yeah, more and more code. No, I don't have any stats on my thing because my I tried .NET and PowerShell code, and this was about I think a month ago. And the PowerShell, I asked us, hey, can you tell me how to write a hash table in PowerShell? And it gave me a nonsense syntax. So basically, right now, from what I can see, it can write code good. It can write a complete program excellent, but only in Python and JavaScript at the moment. But it's gonna get better, and it's gonna get to a point soon where it will be able to write in .NET as well.
Yeah, thank you so much. We have more questions in the chat. So the Hippie Paresh asked, "What was the name of the Vision Assist Microsoft NLP you mentioned?" Um,
Yeah, I'm gonna have to think about that because I read about it while I was doing initial research in my for which product I should do for the differently abled, and then ultimately I decided on the sign language one. But there is, I think it's called Microsoft Vision something. So if you type it up on Google, Microsoft Vision, you would probably, it will lead you to the right place that you're looking for.
okay, so yeah, maybe if he can just reach out to you also if he has more questions. Then the next one is speaking of ChatGTP, as you have mentioned, it can generate human-like conversations, which means there's also possibility that it could offend you or make you feel uncomfortable. What do you think the precautions are that should be taken, or should we just simply be aware of them?
Yeah, that's actually a good, excellent question, and that actually leads us into that ethical discussion right now. From my understanding so far, most of the content that ChatGPT says it won't write, it considers offensive, is actually built via programming. It is not coming in from its own recognition that something may be offensive to a human being, right? Because it doesn't know, because a lot of these ethics and moral questions about humanity depend on the context as well. So if I ask it to write something offensive, that is basically as far as my understanding goes, and I think it is correct to a certain extent, that that limitation has been superficially imposed as in the programming itself, and the model itself is capable of being offensive. It's just that programmers have uh, told it to not generate it. So there is a possibility that that can happen too. Yes.
Yeah, thank you for that. And the next question is, how is generated code verified and validated? So, how do you determine correctness, for example?
Yeah, so for a code to be correct, it needs to pass different benchmarks. The first one is, is the syntax correct, which can be checked at compile time. The other thing is how efficient the code is, and because we are using a lot of high level languages now, and we no longer use low level languages where this was a concern, at least in my field of .NET. Uh, Other than elementary knowledge that when to use an array list versus when to use a what's called a generic collection, or where do I use a typed array, array list over an array, those kind of questions I should know. But uh, Katerina, can you, sorry, I forgot the question a little bit as I was, can you repeat the question for me? What was that?
Yeah, it's how do you determine that that this code,
Right,
for
right.
example, is correct, and what are,
Right.
how?
Yeah, so there's the syntax, and then there is the most efficient algorithm, data structure they use. As an example, let's say if I were a very basic example that I see happen a lot, like the date variable, right? Or even a string or an integer. Uh, how to actually, whether if I say the number one, now I could either store it as a string or I could store as a as an integer. I've always thought that if I were to store one for calculation, then I'd store it as an integer. But if I were to store it as part of maybe an employee number field, then I would much better off using a string, because there will be other strings as part of that number. But again, so those things AI will be able to do, which a lot of stuff happens in peer review, stuff like that. And that will need to be sorted out. For example, if now employee number, if my employee number is EMP01 stored as a string, and someone is EMP11 as a string, which ones, and if I were to have it sorted for me, in this case, it might not be different, but if I were to just take numbers, right, it will, a string comparison to an integer will be different. So those things AI will be automatically able to do that we do in code reviews. So I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, and then the next question in the chat was, let me scroll back up. It always goes back down. So, AI design is going to benefit disabled people become more empowered, but what jobs do you think will be available to them in the near future due to this development?
To the differently
Yeah,
abled
like
people or to the
disabled
developers?
people and probably other, people that had a hard time getting jobs for now.
Yeah, and I think it is going to open up, it is going to lead to more inclusive societies. And the reason I say this is because ultimately, from what I'm seeing, is all the technical stuff can be handled by the machine itself right now. What we need is those skills, communication skills, the ability to ask the right questions, the ability to empathize with someone, right? The ability to understand why a user is saying that, okay, it takes him or her 3 clicks, and why they're not satisfied with that. Though that thing, the machine, at least until now, won't be able to understand those motivations. And yeah, I mean, it opens up opportunities definitely for differently abled, because even though they are definitely able, right? So I have seen, I have spoken, interacted with them, and some of them have excellent communication skills. And yeah, they definitely they would lead to more inclusive opportunities for them, for sure. That's for sure. At least that's the hope, because ultimately, see, AI is being driven by human needs and instincts. So, but that's a separate topic. So, yeah, I hope that that's my hope, and that's where it should go.
That's an excellent question, Deborah. Thanks for asking that question. I guess as a follow up to what Deborah asked, if AI could be useful for people who are disabled, um, would employers know if their applicant pool is using AI, and I mean, like, do would that be something that employers would be looking out for, or like, is this, it's a whole new ball game with AI? So like, um,
Yeah,
you know what I'm trying to get at, Rafi?
yeah, I think I know what you're saying. And see, I think there's an underlying assumption in that, and I think that is a correct assumption, that we are thinking of AI as something that is something to stay away from, which it's not, right? It's a tool, it's going to be here to stay. So if an employer is actually watching out, hey, okay, is that guy using AI to answer my question? That will not be the right approach, in my opinion. At least, if not in the next 5 years, then at least in the next 50 years, that would need to change. I was actually watching a video from New York City Public Education, and that's what they were saying, that a lot of people are talking about plagiarism and all that. Well, plagiarism in its current sense doesn't even make sense on ChatGPT, because it's not being taken from anywhere, right? It's not being copied from anywhere. It's generated from me. But yeah, that's a definition that will change. But then again, AI is a tool. It's here to stay, whether someone likes it or not. And uh, yeah, and people should make an effort to make sure that if someone is using AI to generate something, that's not a bad thing. That will eventually, in my opinion, lead to that person to focus more on the areas that AI cannot replicate for human beings, right? So yeah.
I actually have a
Wow.
follow up to my question I had earlier because like I looked in Google search and I just typed Microsoft Vision like you said, but all that comes up is Visio, which I'm familiar with Visio. It's like a decision tree type of visual um, you know diagramming graphic program.
Yeah,
But is it
uh,
what else can I
I
like put in the search parameter?
I will, I will look it up again and I will get back to you with the exact name and the technology with that. Yeah, I probably should have made a note of that, but I have forgotten because it was a few months ago that I checked this, but I will get back to you definitely on this.
Okay, thank you.
Wow, I can't say enough of how impressive you are. So please keep up the good work. My question would be: is it possible? Do you think that these types of platforms, uh, like even like Git Copilot or these types of things, will ever be able to sort of give themselves their own parameters? Like I just feel as though trying to keep these things in control is almost going to be impossible with how they are, and without being able to have them sort of self police themselves. uh we're going to be at a steep hill.
That's yeah. No. So in short, my answer is yes, and the reason I say yes is because if I go back to that topic of overfitting that I was talking about, that's precisely one of the things that it watches for, right? Like if I take an example of, if let's say if you're building let's say a model to predict housing prices, right? And you give it certain parameters. Okay, this should be the number of rooms, and the restroom should be this, and so the model is going to start learning. Okay, maybe what it would start doing is, okay, so it learns, okay, this neighborhood, this is the price. But that's not what we are training the model to do. We are training the model to actually understand the underlying patterns, right? The motivation behind it. So it can actually uh, give you the right pricing based on a new parameter that, for example, you come up with: how far a school is from the house, or how far is the grocery store from the house. So those are the new parameters. So I definitely think that yeah, that's there will come a point where this will happen, that it will be able to generate its own parameters as well, because that's what we are training it for it to do, right? We're training for it to actually understand the underlying patterns, just as a human being does.
Well, thank goodness. The next question I would have is: do you think that I heard somewhere that it will actually be able to do jobs such as judges and lawyers even better than they could? Do you think that it would ever be able to be released into the political realm, where it would, give the power, just as it's giving, the layman the power to code, regular citizens the power to legislate?
That's an interesting question. Technically, yes. I think even ChatGPT can actually do that. And as I think discussed, that a lot of these limitations are going to be imposed by human themselves. So technically, yes. Whether the legislation and the regulations drafted in areas like Congress or other legislative bodies actually allow for that to happen is separate. And I don't know about that, but technically, yes.
Do you think that there is already some sort of intelligence doing these types of things? I am just curious about it because uh,
I
I
don't
just
know.
you don't know. It's
I don't
very
know. I'm
interesting
gonna have
times
to.
we're in.
Yeah. So maybe, maybe not. But I'm not aware if it's being done.
Yeah, thank you for the questions. I have three more raised hands. I'm trying to pull people up. Sometimes it works, sometimes does it work now? Oh, perfect. Okay. So, do you still have time? I know you have also work to do, but
Yes, of course, yes. It's Sunday, so yeah, no problem.
okay, perfect. Um, so yeah, please go ahead and PTR order everyone and ask your question. Thank you.
Am I next?
Yeah.
I'm not sure if.
Mm-hmm. You are.
Okay, great. Hi guys. Hi, Rafe. I know that we've spoken before. Good to see you again. And Io, good to see you. So I've been listening for a couple of minutes, and I have interests in artificial intelligence more generally and more broadly around just software development. And my question kind of, looks ahead into what other people would call, I guess, deterministic. Artificial intelligence models like symbolic AI, and relative to sort of the probabilistic models we have with LLMs, I'm wondering, should we expect with with some level of certainty or reasonability that symbolic AI models would have the sort of trajectory that we're already seeing with you know um, with the generative models, and should we expect that there would be some relationship with category theory? For those of you um, who aren't mathematicians, category theory is a sort of branch of mathematics that's really exciting. The study of abstract structures and relationships. Um, you can look at functors and functional programming if you're interested in that. But I'm really interested in the relationship between symbolic AI and category theory, and whether or not you guys see a future where that takes center stage, because I know that we can someone was talking about politics and stuff like that. I'm wondering if symbolic AI with the ability to perform tasks such as reasoning and planning and decision making, if that has a future in the near term, and if we can expect category theory to have center stage there. Thank you.
Thanks, Mo, for that question. So, a lot of terms that you have raised from mathematical theory, that's not my field. So, if you can just clarify with symbolic AI and category with an example, that will help me understand the question better. But yeah, so let's see. Maybe I can answer, but that is not my field, so I don't think I will be the right person to address that. But if you clarify, maybe I can provide some insight on that.
So, symbolic AI is just one of a number of fields in artificial intelligence, just like generative AI is, and it focuses on sort of the development of algorithms that can that use symbolic logic or formal logic or sentiential logic to sort of manipulate those symbols to perform tasks, as I said, such as decision making and planning and stuff. And the mathematical models that it uses, just like Boolean logic, like P or P and not P or whatever. It uses those sorts of mathematical models to be able to manipulate knowledge. And category theory is a branch of mathematics which deals with the relationships of abstract structures. It's a really advanced and really elite, field of mathematics. And, very, very little research has actually been done because of how new it is. relative to, I guess, algebra or calculus. So I'm just wondering, because of how interconnected these fields are in terms of, symbolic logic and the advances that we're making in terms of generative AI models, when or if there's going to be a trend towards symbolic AI, and whether or not category theory is going to be at the center of that trend. I'm not sure if anyone's an expert in mathematics or physics. I think IO has a background in that field.
So yeah, in terms of the Boolean logic that you mentioned and the logical operations and or yes, I mean those are key patterns. So again, as because I'm not a student of mathematics and physics, so I wouldn't be able to answer as accurately as this question should be answered, because that's an excellent question. But in it like in my opinion, right, from what I'm seeing, AI will AI will even be able to process emotions like a human being does, or more than that, from what I'm seeing and visualizing. So, and what you have mentioned about the logical operations, and from what I know about the logical operations as we use in computer in programming, that's already being used. I mean, that's old school, right? So why not? But again, because of
Right, right,
the
right. But what I'm talking about is, a step change from where we are in terms of large language models to, for example, telling an AI to book you the cheapest hotel in Montenegro, for a duration of 3 weeks, right? Being able to actually have, operations that it performs rather than communication, if that makes sense.
So
yeah,
more,
and I think that is already being done. That's what they're doing to train the model. Like if you go back to my example I gave about predicting housing prices, right? That's and that's where the overfitting comes in, to train the model to be able to recognize what you have just mentioned. But again, the science behind it is different from what we need for software development. So I wouldn't be the right person, but maybe if someone else on the stage has information, they feel free
Yeah,
to chime in.
no, thank you. Yeah, VTR, please go ahead. Thank you.
yeah, sorry to cut or speak in between. Yeah, more to Mo's question, category theory is going to get us there. Clear answer is no, because there is also the aspect of AI, which is common sense understanding, which even with symbolic AI, you can't capture what's not written in a conversation where, for example, I say Mary and Susan are mothers. There is nothing explicitly mentioned in that small sentence that uh, you know they cannot be mothers of each other, right? This is already understood by the knowledge of biology, how culture works, how our human society works, and that sort of a thing, and it's not written explicitly. So yeah, I mean, seems like we in AI tend to go from one buzzword thing to another. I don't know how category theory applies, maybe making these clusterings more efficient or categorization more efficiently, but I would say the brain works slightly differently in terms of how it gets information, like, how the processes in the brain are synchronous, and they're able to handle so synchronous processing. I'm not saying message passing, which is in the brain, seems to be asynchronous, uh, as with these systems as well. But yeah, there has to be some architectural change uh, in the hardwares we use, because we are limited by binary zeros and ones, no matter what we do at the high level. So it's not. I, I'm, I don't know if I answered your question or went on a total different tangent, but that's some of my thoughts regarding that.
No, I really do appreciate, the mention of common sense understanding in relation to category theory. It's a nuanced and definitely intelligent perspective to be able to identify that category theory doesn't solve for common sense understanding. So I do appreciate that. Thank you.
All right.
So one thing that I'd like to add, and thank you for clarification a little bit, from based on the example that you gave about that mother thing, right? Yes, and that's what is being done right now. Like earlier on, I gave the example of that movie review, right? So, if a movie review were to say, if the model learned that okay, if superb acting as a phrase appears in the review, we have to teach the model to recognize that if I say the sentence, although the overall acting was superb, comma, the overall story and the plot was weak, so that's a negative review, right? And so that's what the ultimate aim for all of this model training is, that the model should be able to understand the context, just like a human brain does, and that's where all the training is headed.
Yeah, but Rafe, that's I totally get that. People in this community tend to think that everything could be modeled trained. But the reality is the world in itself like has endless edge cases, and so you cannot train for any situation happening in the real world. Like for example, like I give you an example, right? And this example I always give, and sorry guys if you've heard this before, is a car that's driving, and I'm driving the car, and there is a big leaf on the road. Now, I don't need to go a million times over the leaf to know it's harmless, but with the rock, I know it's harmful. Like, it's gonna have some issues with my tires or stuff like that. Um, you can imagine robots like that take care of the elderly. So should they be trained like a million times that fall, dropping an individual hurts them? And at what angle, at what, you know, what height? Because I don't want my grandpa be dropped a million times to for them to get, oh, it harms a human being. So what I'm trying to get at is model training is good for a lot of cases, but it won't cover all the cases. Like when we say, oh, it's gonna know emotions and other stuff, I don't like, that's my opinion. But yeah, I don't know how we're gonna get there. Is my question actually.
Yeah, no, thank you, thank
Well,
you.
I mean, there's a couple solutions to this, right? One is virtual reality simulation, where your real grandpa doesn't get dropped and a fake grandpa gets dropped, and then the computer learns from that, and humans put in basic parameters into that virtual reality, just like you would in a video game that you play. So that's one option. And another, I think you're thinking quite too literally about each instance of potential, right? Like each, like a leaf, or is it a rock, right? And the reality is an AI should not be having descriptions and individual descriptions for each tiny possible parameter, and instead should have some generalization built into it. So it doesn't need to figure out whether it's a leaf or not specifically and say, oh, leaf, looked it up in my database, that is a leaf. Here's what I do in leaf instances. It says it's small, it has the color of a natural object, it does not look metallic, aka it's probably not metal, probably won't puncture the tire, and it doesn't need to tell you it's a leaf at all. It just needs to tell you it's got parameters that make it look harmless. And then I mean, I imagine, of course, it could go to the next step and say it's a leaf, but it doesn't need to have database of every possible object in it and every possible relation of each object. Just rather a very sophisticated framework, which is exactly what humans have, right? Like you don't
Yeah,
actually know it's a leaf. Maybe it's a knife on the ground.
yeah, exactly. I don't think the brain just builds the model of the world in its entirety, because that seems to be the shortcut, basically, to because we are not computing everything in our space. Like we have something like object permanence. Like if you see a bicycle and the bicycle gets broken into two, it's still a bicycle to you, right? Uh, so there are some interesting things there going on, which I think we haven't. I haven't seen. I mean, I'm beginning to see some research around, but I don't know if we um, are there yet.
Yeah, for sure. And so all I would say is in the bicycle example, I think what the issue is right now is artificial intelligence models don't have 3D aspects of the world typically, right? They're not built to kind of view the world in 3D, and therefore they're falling short of to the amount of perspective in which they can take something. So you may show it a bike picture and says, yeah, it's a bike clearly, and then cut the bike in half and show it each halves, and it'll say, it'll just be get confused, or it'll say it's a unicycle or something crazy that no human would get wrong. But the reason is it just doesn't have that aspect of the world of being 3D modeled.
Yes. Yeah, one last thing I want to say. First is the simulation part is even with simulation, we fall short of actually capturing the entire world because the real world is the real world. And the simulation is just one aspect of it. So that's the problem. And one last thing I would say is maybe we need to rethink about how softwares systems are designed because, if you look at biological systems like the brain, the more complex they get, the more robust they get. Like it's difficult to fool these systems. Whereas with software, it's opposite. Like if 1,000 lines of code is better than 10,000 lines of code because with more complexity comes it's difficult. Like things can go wrong, one part of the software and the other, and you won't know. And so yeah, that's a fundamental issue there too. But anyways,
Yeah.
I would definitely agree with that.
Well, regarding the hardware issue that you addressed, or that was addressed before, I think neuromorphic devices will go a long way. We had a few guest speakers from basic research level, how to make basically artificial synapses and have like very similar type of learning processes like in a synapse happen to replicate that in neuromorphic devices. And then we had a couple of IBM researchers from Switzerland here that talked about it. And the important thing is that it's not necessarily a binary process anymore, which is not just that it improves basically, I guess, intelligent generalization, but also the processing of information is way cheaper and can be scaled better. That's another issue, right? It would be way too expensive right now. We don't have enough resources so that everyone has their own, let's say, AI robot and metaverse and all this stuff. With the current hardware system, we just don't have enough resources. And also, electricity needs for those devices are really high. If you would like to scale it to a human type of generalized processing, not the specialized, but the general, it would be way too expensive. And cost too much energy. So those are probably the way to go. And I know they have been making cameras with neuromorphic mimisters in there that work pretty well. But yeah, I think that it hits the large market. It will still take a while, but I think that would be the way to go.
I think we should try to mimic the types of uh, uh, things that the brain does. Like there's different areas of the brain that does different things, and somehow be able to make it to where they can work together. I don't know. I just coming from a layman, that seems to be the best thing. It's like we have the best invention ever. It's the human brain. Let's just like put that in a box.
Yeah, that strikes me as being potentially very inefficient. But do you mind if I ask? I don't know if anyone else is up. Katarina, is someone else up ahead of me?
Yeah, hi.
Mando, I think the question, and then it's your turn. Thank you for being patient.
So my question is mostly regarding how things are being evolving. Like, do you think this is gonna be more of a one cookie cutter approach for most of the solutions? Because by these training models are gonna be trained with existing data, and it's the same approach that is gonna be pushed by the AI bot. And so there's not going to be a long, like scalability is going to be a problem, customizability is going to be a problem, because of this. Like for example, when we give coding example up, like one specific is going to always try to push for a particular type of architecture because it doesn't have the full context or understanding of what that particular project might need. Simplicity might be one, or it might be the culture, it might be the support of the engineers they have and their experience level, where they won't be able to handle a complicated architecture, for example, right? So it might tend to move more towards a one single cookie cutter approach going forward, right? And I think that's one of the questions I had. And will it and also, will there be a, in future, will there be more safeguards for by companies for the IP going forward? Because if we are basically replacing ourselves by having one efficient worker, and our secret sauce, people will try to safeguard their secret sauce with these training models, and there might be lawsuits saying that, hey, I have designed this way of doing things, and why is this AI model sharing that to my competitors? So do you see all those aspects coming in?
So, yeah, that's a great question. And I think that the overall motivation behind this is to make sure that the cookie cutter approach is not followed, right? So the models are actually trained on a data so that they can be, sorry about some noise, so that they can be actually they can understand the underlying patterns, right? Just as you said, whether uh, it should be a simple system or whether it should be a complex in the scalability. So the models are actually trained, and that's where overfitting comes in, right? So to train them so they can understand the motivation and the pattern and how that thing is being made. So yeah, I mean, the problems you have raised are there, but I don't see why some smart people will not be able to come up with a solution, right? Maybe not today, but definitely in the next 2 3 years, we'll see improvements.
Regarding the privacy of data, what do you think? So in regarding the first question also, right? Let's say for Microsoft, right? There is a way, there's a cultural values, there's some leadership principles. All those aspects happen when you are, let's say, building a presentation or a PowerPoint. um, I doubt AI is gonna be customizable to that level where it will know the cultural aspects and stuff like that.
No, I think it will, because maybe not today, but think about it. If you go back 300 years and you told someone, like all of us will be talking like this, would anybody have believed any this, like social media and talking clubhouse? Nobody would have, right? So I mean, yeah, it's gonna be there ultimately. I see no reason why it wouldn't.
I have a question. It's kind of in line with
Well, I
what he
think I
was.
think I think we've
Oh,
got an order though here.
oh,
Sorry,
sorry.
just to be clear. Um,
You're
I
welcome
had a
to take
follow up,
my
but I'll let
spot.
you guys go. Please go ahead.
Yeah, Mando
o-
and I ceded our time.
okay. All right. I'll just say what I was going to say quickly. Um, so I think Rafael, one thing that you brought up that's really is very timely and going to be continuing to be as this develops like a major cultural impact is this whole ordeal that you see in the news about teachers being concerned about it writing essays. I think that's just the tip of the iceberg. I don't know if employers care that their employees are using it. I imagine most probably don't if they're doing the right thing. Some probably do for unknown reasons. But I think that's going to really be seen as in the academic area and others as kind of looking back, 10 years from now, as us looking back on the era before calculators were around, right? And and looking back and saying, well, why would we not use AI to write an essay? Like, how silly would you have to be to sit down and type out an entire essay? And I think it would just be akin to us saying how silly it would be to run a bunch of mathematics or do some modeling or whatever it may be without the use of a calculator. Like, yeah, it can be done. It's massively inefficient. It's not what the human mind is made for. And I think that sphere of tools that displace what the human mind is had at one point being seen to be used for, to moving on to something else, is going to continue to expand. And there's no doubt in my mind that essay writing and everything that can stem from that, solving problems, answering questions, will be replicable by a computer. And so I guess the question is, where is the balance there, right? Because there'll be, in my view, as this progresses, especially in the professional domain, so kind of getting out of schooling now and into kind of the job market, the professional domain, there will definitely be the need for humans, the need for experts. But someone said it really, really well in Clubhouse like a few weeks ago. They were just kind of talking. They're not an expert or anything, but they had this idea of an AI whisperer, and I was like, oh, that's right. That's exactly right. Like, that is what I see the future of the job market being, is effectively AI whisperers. Like, you're not there to create the content for the most part, right? Very, very little content needs to be created by a human, but you're there to whisper to the AI, meaning you're there to, like, whoever's the best at getting the AI to do what it needs to do it well, is really going to reign supreme. And I think the thing is, that doesn't mean you can just kind of just do that with a high school degree. Like, you're going to need to be an expert, because in order to whisper to the AI about some advanced subject, some professional field, you will need to be an expert yourself in it, right? So the question is, where do you think the balance is between allowing AI to become the calculator and do things for us that will allow us to instead be maybe giving it prompts around what we want to do? And I would argue that goes really down ultimately to values and what we value, and then actually kind of developing professionals and the need for those professionals to work with the AIs and the level of expertise that they'll need in order to do so.
Yeah, that's a great point, and I think a lot of these limitations will be placed not on AI itself, but the programmable part of AI, right? So if a model knows how to, like, even in Chat GPT, it does know, it can generate content that is offensive, right? But it is us as software developers who have imposed this limitation on the model to not generate that content if on upon request. So yeah, I mean, that's a big question, but yeah, so that's my opinion, that balance will need to be struck by humans as to societal acceptance of certain things, whether we want machine to take over that pattern or whether we would much prefer for a human being. For example, if AI can diagnose my illnesses completely, there might be a bias in me that I would prefer to have a second opinion from a medical doctor who is a person, right? So yeah, I think those limitations would need to be imposed, and by what society at that point in time thinks should be the limitation.
Yeah, great, thanks.
I think I think in the situation that you mentioned, what is something that people have a concern about is intelligence of the intelligent machine, um, it operating like a black box. And if it was to make a diagnosis, I wouldn't see why anybody would actually want to see an actual physician to ensure what it came up with was actually accurate.
I think the whole legal
But
comes there, right?
it wouldn't be, like, for me at least, right? And like, for me at least, sorry, I didn't mean to cut off, but for me at least, I mean, I might prefer it. So again, it will be a human preference. Some people might not, some people may. Who knows? Like there's so many people on the planet, right? And everyone thinks differently. So
I was going to say there's that aspect there, right? Like if a doctor tries to use a prescription, he has a sense of fear that if things go wrong, this patient might have like consequences. And AI might not have that kind of seriousness, even if you train it. And also, there is who's going to be legally held responsible if things go wrong in healthcare.
Yeah, I think that's a great I note there, Mondo, because what I've heard in the medical community around the use of artificial intelligence is that they really don't want it doing anything serious like a diagnosis of a disease on its own. It would always need to be paired with a doctor, at least for the foreseeable future. And in large part, it is because of this liability aspect. Like, even if the patient doesn't care, the medical community, and perhaps the regulations, I'm not sure if it dives that deep, but at least the medical community and their lawyers are saying, you know, you really need like a human to get intervened there. I do think
Yeah,
though that I'm sorry. I was just going
oh,
to say I
go
do
ahead,
think
sorry.
eventually that humans will not maybe not anytime soon in the next few years, but in the next couple of decades, I imagine that human doctors will have a hard time refuting the AI. But we'll see.
I have a quick question. If there's anyone else, otherwise, who wants to ask?
Well, I think Merck wanted to ask something, right?
Yeah, I had a question, but feel free. I can go after you.
So, in terms of like innovation, like creativity and innovation on the AI side, I looking at like if I'm looking this more on a crowd theory perspective. Let's say everyone has an AI bot, and the AI or the AI engine, or this has much more advanced level where will it have limitations on creating ideas altogether, right? Like let's say I have an AI bot, which will it be able to build what do you envision a new startup idea and then even build it because it has the code or it has the option, like it has the keys now or the levers to build a project as well. But then that same AI, same machine learning model is there with everyone else as well. So like I'm not sure how this will even work. Like, is everyone gonna use AI for even creativity purposes of building ideas, or that's something where it's still gonna be uh, the secret sauce of innovators? Otherwise, it's a race condition. Like whoever is gonna be coming up with the same idea the first, or something like that.
Yeah, I think it would be a race to whichever model is best. If it can determine better outcomes, if that makes sense.
Yeah, in the end, I feel that the innovation and creativity will still stay with humans, right? Like it's not gonna be taken over by AI. Uh, uh,
I think it can, because like ultimately if you think about it, AI is being trained on like everybody on the planet, right? Their way of thinking. And I mean, collective is always stronger, or a team is always stronger than a single human being. So AI definitely will have an edge when it comes to creativity, at least in my opinion.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think Mondo, you seem to be, which I think is a very common thing, especially in the last 20 years prior to today, is seeing this word creativity as being something uniquely human. But already, even the base AI that's been generated by these large companies has kind of proven that to be at a fundamental level false, in my opinion. Even though they may not do a great job of it, they're able to do creative things. And I think it's just a matter of time before you can say, hey, listen, I want a beautiful painting that is of a mountain and a stream, but I want you to make it unique in some way that incorporates my background. Here's my background, and it creates something completely unimagined to you and beautiful, and also very practical problems too. Business saying, hey, I want to increase my revenue. Here's my products. You got all the data on what I sell, how much it costs, all that, my market, and it comes up with 20 unique scenarios for the CEO to choose from. And frankly, I think eventually the CEO just becomes the AI because the CEO is not great at making decisions. So the board eventually figures that out and replaces the CEO with an AI. And then they just give it their objectives and the AI executes.
Yeah, thank you for that discussion. I think it's a very important one. But I wanted to give also Janet and Dr. Mina opportunity to speak. And more so, I'm trying to bring you up. It's currently not working. Please check in your profile for an invitation to speak. If that doesn't work, just restart the app and join the room again. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much.
Oh, and I think Merck was up. Sorry, I just want to
Yeah,
I want to respect that he's been sitting there the whole time.
yeah, thank you. I guess, yeah, it's parallels to the conversations you've been having. Um, there, I think AI is more useful for, well, there's a binary truth and human truth, and I think that AI is more useful for binary truths in line of like creativity. Humans decide what is creative, and an AI will never decide, human trends. Um, and if you guys could kind of speak to that.
Well,
In my opinion, in my opinion, see, that's I think what I keep going back to is what we are training the AI is not to understand just the binary truth, but the whole point of training AI is to make sure that AI not only knows that 1 plus 1 is 2, but it also knows why that is so, right? And yeah, I mean, I think it will happen. I
But
mean,
that's a
not just.
mathematical truth, right? That's a binary truth. Does an AI know if the if a Picasso painting is beautiful?
No, but that will be subjective, right?
Yeah,
So
exactly.
that will be up to the human. Of course, that is a separate thing. But the question that I think in the technical question is, will AI be able to be in a position to actually make that subjective decision based on how a human brain makes that subjective decision? And I think the answer is yes, it will be. If it is asked to do so, it will.
Right.
Well, what the AI can do is to look at how many likes some picture got and what the factors were, and go in theory through all that data, and then just calculate the main factors for people to like something and create something based on that. Music, art, whatever it is, based on statistical analysis of human preference, and that will then probably generate something that humans will like. The other thing, what contributes a lot to human liking or not, I think in the end will come out that a lot has to do with idols and influencers. If a person that has kind of a high influence on the social structure, if they like it, a lot of people will like it, which has nothing to do with the actual quality of work necessarily. So that part will, I think, always exist in humans, but there are especially countries that are already working on having AI stars, because you can influence and control them better, what type of political views they have, what type of behavior they have. Also, companies are highly interested in that. I mean, I don't know if you followed what happened with Adidas. And then, a person just going kind of crazy and having like racial slurs going on. So you cannot really control human type stars very well, but you can control very well artificial stars, and as I said, there are governments and companies really looking forward to that, to have kind of a better prediction. But yeah, now I would really like to give some women voices in here, the opportunity to speak. So Janet and Dr. Mina, please go ahead.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate this room, and thanks for allowing me to speak. I wanted to just speak about the AI use in healthcare as a registered nurse. I've trained nurses to use AI to alert physicians when there is a problem, a serious problem with a patient that may, outside of normal operations, like there are certain, as long as you put in objective data, that it'll develop a score that can predict maybe this patient is headed for getting sicker. So what that does is that will enable the nurse to have more information. It's sort of like a second opinion, like a boost, so that they can speak to the physician, say this score is this. It's not just what they feel, but they have some objective data to give to the physician. But it's been really, really helpful and very, very beneficial as far as being able to go through charts and seeing where there have been misdiagnoses, especially for incidental findings on radiology. It's been helpful in that manner as well. So I just wanted to speak to that because I am a nurse and I've seen that in practice, and it's been very helpful to save a lot of lives and help clinicians in making decisions. And thanks for this room.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, there is, for example, also a project that was just published from German hospitals where critical patients' data was fed into an AI, and they can predict very reliably if a patient's condition is dropping even more and change medication based on that. And it has been showing really great results, because a lot of patients would die because until the actual doctors realized that their condition was dropping, on the charts basically, the medication was basically, the change in medication was too late, and they have been improving that workflow a lot and saving a lot of lives. So I agree that it will be a great support. Now the discussion is, at least in some countries, who will hold the responsibility. For now, of course, is always still the doctor in the end. But what if a doctor didn't listen to the AI and the AI was right? What do we do then? So, there will be a lot of ethical questions we will have to make rules around. But I agree, those type of life-saving AI applications are really wonderful. Dr. Mina, please go ahead. Or
Can I
VTR, did you
ask a
want to respond
yeah,
really quick?
yeah, sure. Thanks, Katrina. I had just a quick thought about this. DeepMind, Google's DeepMind implemented their system, I think, a couple of years ago to the UK UK health system, and they ended up not pursuing that because there was a lot number of false negatives that were triggered as a result of since it's pattern it was pattern matching a lot of sort of cases, similarities, and sometimes doctors would think, hey, this is not critical, so it became like extra work for folks. I hear good things about it, but like on the other side, I want to also capture the entirety of what could go wrong with these systems. Where, yes, most of the time we see the blame goes to the doctors and like, hey, they didn't overlook this thing or overlook that thing, but sometimes you see this careful analysis while experience where something looks dangerous but it's benign, or the opposite, right? I'm not sure if these systems could catch or could guide. And the second part is the why, like the reasoning behind why it came up with what it came up with is also crucial, because like if for imagine you have an employee or a manager, you own a company and the guy says we need to shut the company down, and you ask him why, and the answer is we just need to shut the company down. So there's no reasoning given. So those two challenges I still seem, I mean, I don't say they're insurmountable, but like approaches to that might make life easier. Because putting it on autopilot, I don't think it's the best thing in a medical setting or any other setting.
Yeah, thank you for that comment. And yeah, these are all things we have to consider very carefully because human lives, and the last thing nurses and doctors need is more paperwork. Um, so I agree. So Dr. Mina, please go ahead.
Hi, Rafe and Katerina. I popped up not just because of the idea of using the artificial intelligence, specifically GPT, but also in education. Just a little background. My degree is in education and biology, and I did my doctorate in integrating STEM in K-12. And I also love Star Wars, and I'm just loving just seeing the Mandalorian there. And I actually do research in Star Wars and the trilogies, so that's my sidebar. But I think that, and I don't know who mentioned it because I wasn't looking down, but mentioned the calculator as AI. It definitely is, and many of us, and I've talked about it before, whether whichever one you used, we programmed equations in there, and as an educator, to young children, I offered them exemplar writing. So I would take years of writing from other students, and it was at the time middle school, eighth grade or higher, it, so that they could see the creativity of someone else. And then I would discuss it at the beginning of the school year and say, this is what I'm do for you. In the school district I work in, I'm now at a district level director, and I have the privilege of doing the research for the district and other things and influencing STEM and mathematics and science. What we have decided is we're slowly letting teachers that know it's there to use it so we can provide professional learning and understanding of what the prompts are, what good prompts are, and simple things. And I love that whoever said the prompt whisper, oh my gosh, that was brilliant, because it is only as good as the input that you give it. And looking at algorithms and functions and input output, and then offering students the ability to program, like teaching them programming languages like Python, so that, because the AI again is only as good as the people who are training it. And if we get the voices of others, and then having peer-to-peer conversation doesn't have to just be with a human. You could have a group of students that Yale did this, and there's a couple. If you can find it on YouTube, or if you're in my the house that I created, ChatGPT EDU, I pinned it. It's the conversation is having students put the homework assignment in there, ask it to format the homework assignment, and then have a dialogue about the homework assignment, and then you go create something. Because, and I did read in the chat that someone mentioned, we train ourselves to be creative. We don't just send students into the world or children into the world and say, here, go. It's what we teach them. And that's what ChatGPT can do. And I'm personally excited about it, what it can do for us. And anything that we do can be bad. And if you were in education, and as a teacher, even in college, when Google was available, or Yahoo, or whatever search you're doing, literally you'd have kids copy the text from a search engine and call it their own, and then, like, they didn't realize there was a hyperlink. That's the comedy behind it. It's We have to teach children what plagiarism is, and who is the author of it, and how you can take this collaboration. And I want to say, Rafe, you said we're better as a team. Just add GPT as part of your team and have dialogue, because the people who learn the best are the ones who do the speaking and the writing. And if you have an educator or a teacher or a professor that's only doing the stand and deliver, they're the only ones learning. Because I promise you, by the sixth time I did it in the day, I was an expert. But when I let students talk and talk and talk, and if you're teaching it for years and years and years, you're better at it. But we need to let the students, and I'm telling you, I have two daughters that I have two sons too, but these are the two that went down the one just finished her neuroscience degree. Yes, Katarina, you'd love her. She's going into med school. And then the other one is doing biology, UC's here in California, Riverside and UCLA. And I said, I'm going to show you this and let's talk about this because it can make you efficient and more effective and stop wasting time and giving you some ideas. I said, don't use it to cheat. Use it to have a conversation when you have no one else to question you, or when you have your chem exam coming up, ask it some questions and have a conversation with it. That is my hope for ChatGPT, because it's not going anywhere. So we might as well teach the teachers how to use it and be effective. So thank you so much. And I appreciate it. And yes, so nice to see you, Ravi.
Well, thank you, Mina. That is a very, Dr. Mina, that is a very important topic you were bringing here to this conversation. And I really agree with you that we cannot blindfold our students to this change, and also our teachers. We have to discuss it as a democratic country. We have to discuss it. We have to learn about it because it will change our lives significantly, and we have to teach these things so that we can all participate in the discussion how to regulate this, how to use it, and this has to constantly adapt our discussion to the real world, because our schools are the main institution that teaches democracy, right? And a behavior in democracy. And these tools can be used for good, and they can be used for horrible things like developing bioweapons and so on. And such as, how we can use technology to develop vaccines, we can use the same research to develop a superbug, and or chemistry, to develop gas that was used in the First World War. And we managed, as democratic countries and also other countries, to make rules around how we can use them and how not. And we made treaties, and people most of the time abide by those rules, because we could just, constantly, if we have a conflict with another nation, you could just use bioweapons and chemical weapons, but we don't, because we came up through discussion with rules about it. And I think this needs to happen, and the school is the most crucial part. So thank you, and thank you for your work. And I would like to keep in touch with you, because I'm really thinking of how to create content and distribute it to women and girls around the world that don't have access to education. So yeah, let's stay in touch. Thank you so much. And please
Can,
go ahead, whoever's next.
do you mind if I ask a quick follow up to
Oh yeah,
Dr.
go
Mina?
ahead.
Yeah, thanks. Dr. Mina, I've heard you speak before, and I think you're a real visionary here, and extremely open minded and understanding the way these technology will impact students and society. And what I'm wondering from you is, um, are you really are you the visionary? Do you feel like you're the odd duckling here, or do you think this is a more common stance that you're taking? Like, what are you seeing from your peers and colleagues, both within your district and others you might know?
I think depends on the situation. So I can consider myself the um, visionary influencer, and also the odd person out, the odd little duckling. Because even my school district, what we did is we decided to go around to school sites and ask teachers what they thought about it. And some didn't even know. And their first response was, kids are going to cheat. We have to get rid of computers. Like they went down that negative road, which was comedy. And then it was, well, let's talk about it. Let's talk about the beginning of artificial intelligence. And we didn't go that far back, but we went far enough back to say, remember Google and the first time you got that paper? So and so teachers were starting to say, oh, you mean I could teach them how you see exemplars of the work that I'm asking them to prepare? Yes. And so it is open. Teachers that know about it can find it and use it to help them. Some of teachers have started to use it to help them grade, to see things that they couldn't see. And then some teachers are even, it's blocked for students at the moment, but some teachers are saying, well, if you have it at home and you need to edit, you can ask it to help you edit and then compare and contrast to see what you didn't write well or the punctuation that you're missing, and have those conversations with students instead of saying, oh, but just edit it and go. Of course, when I wrote my dissertation, I paid someone, but I still had to read it again. So that's where we are. I am very frustrated with, say, Seattle and New York, and they're banning it. I mean, it's like the whole cell phone syndrome all over again. You can't have cell phones. Well, the kids are going to have it anyway, and they're going to take over. And you know that because you have TikTok, Instagram, Snapchat, you name it. So we have to take some time and teach. But if we have a system of people that are seeing this as a negative, then they will go down that negative road. I get to be the voice of reason, and there are about 8 of us as directors in my assistant soup. We are real. My assistant superintendent uses it. He uses it to help him write speeches. Now, and I use it I write the district plan every year. So I'm using it to throw it in. I'm like, I wonder what it would do for me to reorganize this, and how can ChatGPT write it better? It's not my life's work, but it certainly has enhanced some things that I've done. And even if it was if I was writing another dissertation, which I just might, I think that it can enhance what I'm doing. ChatGPT does not know my voice. Now, it could, because it could read my dissertation and find my voice, but I also know enough I want to read it. I want to be involved in the learning. And that's what ChatGPT can do. It can involve students who don't have a peer at home to say, create an exam to help me study. And that's what my hope is, to teach others the positives of Chat GPT, because we still have students that don't know how to do searches, even using Google Scholar. They don't know how to do any of that. And that's our fault in the system of education. We're always 30 years behind. And I say that because when I was programming Fortran and Pascal in the 80s, that was a 60s and 70s programming language. We're so behind, and you'd think that COVID would have thrown this up and said, we taught teachers that they could teach from home. In my former school site that I opened, and I was the principal during that time, they said we could do this, and we saw the positives in learning and the efficiency. My youngest, who's now 20, she was a senior during COVID, and what she said was, when they offered them to come back twice a week, she said, why would I do that? It's more efficient. I don't have people bothering me. I can be done by noon. I got all A's, and I can do she was able to play soccer. She started a baking business. She's like, this is not efficient. School is not efficient, and it's not helping what's happening in today's society, because we still are in the 4 boxes, and ChatGPT can get us out of it. My goal is to be superintendent, and boy, I I can't wait to be over that school district, because we can just change the system as the way it looks. So thank you so much for that question.
Yeah, thanks so much.
Yeah, thank you. And again, thank you so much for the work you're doing and for bringing this topic here to the room. I really appreciate it. And I think I'm not sure if Morso got an opportunity to speak, and Les, please go ahead.
Is it my turn? I'm sorry.
Yes. Thank you for waiting.
So sure. So I think what it needs to be done in education, basically, one of the problems with ChatGPT is that it creates, if you it can create some very plausible BS, and I think it's very important in education for us to be teaching kids how to basically smell when when something isn't quite right. And you see today people will just grab any link on the internet that suits their agenda and produce it as evidence or just take it in as fact. And we need to have children uh be educated in that, how to basically realize what a reliable source is and what's not. And one of the stumpers with um anyway, that's all I really have to say.
That's a very good point, Les. I really appreciate you for bringing that point. Just thought I'd share a book. It was originally published in 1986, but it's a 2005 book by philosopher Harry G. Frankfurt, which presents a theory of bullshit that defines the concept and analysis of applications of bullshit in the context of communication. And so that is a very good point, and I recommend this book. It seems like bullshit, to his opinion, is more damaging to society than people that are knowingly lying.
I think also like just because we have calculator doesn't mean we have stopped teaching kids maths, right? It doesn't mean we have stopped teaching them what to play. To brain development as well. We are not just here to train the AI, but we are here to train children's minds as well and brains as well. So in edtech, there is gonna be some limitations here, even if there is Chat GPT.
Also, people have to realize what GPT is doing. It's basically given what it's come up with so far. What is the most likely next word? And you might have something that plays very good chess, but it's being fed in chess notation from millions of games, and it doesn't really understand there's a chessboard or the pieces. It just knows after move AE, the next the next looking through how successful moves have been, the next one should be B A or something, right? It doesn't, and so it doesn't really have a good ability to say why it came up with its conclusion, and it's basically
Yeah,
knows
it's
the
just
language
calculating
very well.
outcome.
Well, you
Yeah,
should
and
definitely check out
one
the
more
chain of.
one more thing, one more thing, and that is the people that are most skeptical about it are linguists. Sorry.
I just wanted to jump in there and say, some of the news of these models is fascinating, but all they're doing is predicting the next token. There is some truly magical things that are happening, I think, with the multimodal models, specifically the fact that a 700 million parameter multimodal model beats out ChatGPT 3.5 at 175 billion parameters. So the archive paper is in the room chat if anyone wants to take a look at it. But that was kind of to address Les's point of these systems not necessarily thinking like we do. That's right. It's only predicting the next token. But how you craft the question, to me, seems to be completely disconnected with the engineering of these systems, that the prompting itself has become sort of an art, which I think is interesting because it makes it more accessible and more enjoyable for a lot more folks.
So, Io, a quick question regarding that. So, how do you think the industry will do the benchmarking? Because this is gets very contextual, right? A multi-model model might be robust to a lot of changes, whereas just a language model may not. So it might come on top on certain situations, and on certain it might not. So I'm just, it's an interesting question to like, have you come across any sort of benchmarking where,
Yeah, this one
uh,
was specifically for science benchmarking because I do work mostly in biotech, so I'm always trying to combine some sort of neat computer trick with some scientific principles. And so that's at least from what I understand in the paper, but I'll post the link here again. Let me just pull it up. So there it is for everyone again. It's the
cool, I
multimodal
got it.
chain of thought reasoning and language models. So it has two components, the one shot or zero shot plus this chain. It's all I call it chain of custody with respect to the history of the prompts. So, but yeah.
Well, I think that's a great point too, Les, because the information that's being spit out right now, if you're trying to learn in a real way or use the information for making a decision, it certainly is. In my experience, it's right like 90% of the time. But then, in particular, when it gets more technical, it starts to just say things that might be slightly inaccurate, and then and we all know it sometimes just does outright stupid things and contradicts itself. So I think right now it's definitely be careful with the technology as it is and what it's providing, but that's a clear avenue of progression, is to be able to provide backup and like citation effectively to the, if it is giving technical important responses back, which of course in any domain of professional or student academic areas it'll need to be doing. um, I can't imagine that's not top of mind for every AI company that's looking to try to do something like this or something in this field. It needs to be able to provide proof as to why it's right and back up if it's citing other people, or if it has ideas that effectively can be proven wrong. It needs to tell you why they're not in a real way.
Do you think it needs to update too?
Well, you mean like in real time? I'm not sure.
Yeah. You think there's a case to
Are you asking about the weights?
wait? I'm not, no.
Because you can have
Well,
something like
I see
zero.
update.
You can have something.
Well, let me say, I think there's two ways to see update. I'm just not sure which one
Yeah,
you mean. Like, are you
real
saying
time,
real time from
real
the
time
internet, or
inputs,
are you saying update itself
real
and its
time
parameters?
inputs, real
Yeah, I
time,
don't think it's a
like real
real-time
time
system.
inputs.
It's a pre-trained generative
Yeah,
Exactly.
transformer.
Right.
the one it is. The one that's out there now is not real
Right.
time.
Right. 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 But do you think there's a use case to where we will need one that's real time?
Oh,
There's going to be a lot
eventually,
of
yeah.
errors because you need to have reinforcements and all that stuff for data that gets spilled out. You cannot have direct data which is like which has not gone through a multiple level of reinforcements for the customers.
I
Yeah, I
mean,
think that's going to be interesting.
We need
eventually,
real
it's
time
going to go down that
systems.
road.
Yeah, we need real time systems which are robust, like for self driving cars and stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
And I think this is where like there is still going to be a lot of intensive human work, is to create the parameters and the kind of the underlying structure that you don't see as to how it trains itself. There's still a lot of work to be done there. Whereas like GPT is awesome right now, but it's just a general language training model, which is amazingly impressive as to what it is, and
It's
just a
the Star Trek
huge
computer.
stuff.
Wouldn't you agree? It's the Star Trek computer. It's not as smart
Yeah.
as Data, but it's as smart as the Enterprise,
Well,
so
it's
to speak.
context.
I don't know enough about Star Trek to say, but certainly I think it's the tip of the iceberg. But I think there's still a lot more work to be done in order to create systems that are self-learning and self-evolving.
Yeah, but I think the labor of like programming, the hunt for a syntax problem on SourceForge or Stack Overflow or whatever, that now instead of being a 20-minute process, that's like a 1 minute exercise. So in terms of productivity, if you're not familiar with some exotic implementation or something non-standard that you want to do, I think contrary to what the founder of OpenAI said, I think you can actually do cutting edge work with these systems because it allows you to focus on the sharpness of that edge rather than on all of the minutia or nomenclature or things like that. So for me, it's basically like a domain to range system that auto resolves the problem. So I'll give one example. There was an exercise that we were looking at trying to model a brain activity, and so there's something known as a hexaco score, and I said, okay, hexaco score to cephalopod skin parameters. And then I got like 4 pages of variations from that I was actually able to use in a research meeting live while the meeting was happening. So that's the closest example that I've come to using these systems in a kind of a research meeting oriented development environment. It's fantastic. That would have taken a few minutes. It's
Yeah,
literally like as soon as you're done typing it, you're like, oh, okay, give me 5 more variations of that non-standard, underrepresented, underserved, unique, distinct. All those kinds of parameters help to make the prompt and the response more precise. So
yeah,
love that. But
no
yeah, go ahead.
doubt. I think what you're getting at in my terms would be it helps eliminate a lot of the legwork in what's being done today. Like I know with my work, I can look up material that would take me an hour to try to surmise, if not more, and it's got answers immediately for me. And I sift through them. I reject some of them because of the knowledge that I have, and it's kind of a team, right? But it gets me there in a large way very quickly. And I think that's a trend that will continue as it continues to advance. Is that it'll increase its bubble of what we consider legwork. So right now it can like help with research or just writing basic code, and it'll increase until in my opinion, eventually the value that humans will bring is literally their values and their choices, and we will need to deliberately have the AI, probably through law, interact with us in a way that takes into account the human condition and cares about humans as part of a symbiotic relationship instead of the AI just saying, "Hey, I can do this by myself." That's a whole other discussion. But I think it eventually goes down that road where 50, 100 years from now, whatever, it can effectively do everything. It really comes down to the human value system. Like, what do you value? And the computer needs to be programmed such that it actually gives a shit about that. But that's where the human comes in to say, tell me all these different scenarios, what happens? And it tells you the different scenarios, and then it's for you to choose, and it can help you choose too. You can say, well, I don't know how to choose. Oh, let me help you choose. Here's some
That's it.
thoughts, right? And it's like a training. It's like the best. Sorry, real quick. It's just I'll land here quickly. It's the best brainstorming buddy you can have.
Yeah, I have a question about that. So, developments of basically embodiment like Tesla or adding sensors and more input information. What do we need to change? Like, I'm honestly asking, what do we need to change on the current AI system to be able to process those different, let's say, sensory type of inputs at the same time? And will it help with becoming more human-like and kind of identify, like having some sort of type of empathy with the human condition that could make it safer or not? I don't know. Depends if they like humans or not then, or if they hate it. But no, jokes aside, like what improvements do we need to do that those AIs can process as various stimuli at the same time? And do you think that will make a huge difference in stepping up basically generalized artificial intelligence?
So, Kat, I can try to get at it in brief format. I think the algorithmic approach to software might have to change. Uh, like there might be a paradigm shift in terms of the way we design hardware systems, like electronic systems, synchronous processing based systems, not message passing, but processing. And so that shift has to occur. I don't know when that can occur because we are limited by algorithmic sort of sequential approach to processing information. Um, Having said that, I had a question for, I think, I or somebody else. Deploying chat GPT based code in production, are you seeing examples? Has somebody done it? If not, why? If yes, what is their, how confident, or like what are the results so far?
The only person that I've heard speak about that is Karpathy. So you can watch an interview with him, and he kind of polls how much of his code in the last year has been made with GPT-like assistance. And I think he estimated like 80% or something, which was like, what? How
Well,
can you produce that
I think
much?
he means ChatGPT integrated into
Yeah, yeah,
applications.
yeah. Karpathy is the owner, is the founder of OpenAI. So I want somebody else.
Yeah. But
So
that's what I'm
that's
saying.
the yeah.
I think the thing is, it's like the same joke as was here in Waterloo when they had a robot. The only person, it was a robot that was supposed to help you move a table, right? So just imagine how simple that is, but it requires a lot of fine motor and like sensing if someone's pushing too much or not far enough. And the only person who was willing to train the robot or practice with it was the guy who programmed the controller. So I suspect the same is true about Karpathy and his confidence in his own code, but I think he's also at a level where he can quickly examine code and see the edge cases just by virtue of his experience. So I would not be so trusting of code like that. In fact, one of the tricks that I do is I just keep telling GPT that it's wrong. I just straight out just say, no, that didn't work. It didn't work. It's wrong. It's wrong. And eventually, I don't know what happens, but the code gets optimized, refactored somehow, and what I'm left with is pretty good. So all you have to do is just be Steve Jobs at the beginning, right? You're like,
I see.
why aren't the
So
pages turning themselves?
so we also need to
But
measure
GitHub,
the lack of productivity that telling no. How many times you say no to the
Yeah, I'm
GPT?
interested in that
Like
process.
five
with,
times,
with
straight up.
And
After I tried to get it to work with Blender, with the Python system there, almost every time that I asked for any sort of complex script, literally just saying no, it didn't work five times. By the fifth time, it was fine. Otherwise, I'd have to go through some sort of silly thing. So I suspect some of that is like getting the Python version right. So in your initial prompt, when you're like Tank from the Matrix and you're like, Neo, I'm going to teach you Kung Fu. That's what you got to do. You got to be like, yo, we're going to do some Kung Fu at Python 3 point whatever, right? So you
Yeah,
just got to be very specific.
yeah. These systems are useful, but sometimes I get annoyed with the over promise of these things on social media, and very few talk about the limitations, which is kind of bothers me a little. But otherwise, they are useful. These
so
pattern
more than
matchers and yeah.
yeah, we have more than 1 million developers are already using the GitHub Copilot
Are they
pair
using it
program.
in? Yeah, that's a helpful tool, but then how many times they have to refactor? Like, from what I hear, sometimes it's like, oh, you just imagine and it writes the code for you and you're done. I mean,
yeah, and
that's
Copilot
yeah,
That
gets it
is
yeah.
too
wrong.
over. That is actually a little bit way optimistic and like not realistic. Yeah, mostly developers are using it for small utility classes or some
Right.
initial code, not like
Right,
It's
deployment.
bug
Yeah.
useful.
fixing.
Or prototyping, like skeleton prototyping.
Hmm.
Say, hey, I want to just build a TensorFlow model that takes in reflection coefficient parameters and outputs some sort of genetic sequence. How would that look like? Give me 5 variations of how to implement that. And it'll go through transformer, fractal net, and I'm like, oh, that's interesting. Great. Let's look at all of those together. That for somebody who doesn't write that stuff all the time, the fast prototyping, I think it's going to give some of the experts a run for their money in some cases, but I think at the end of the day, it's still hard to implement these things. I don't want to make it sound too crazy, but getting some of these projects up and running, is kind of like a NASA mission itself. And I'm just reminded of the folks from ASML, what they said about the EUV machines was that getting one of those machines up and running is equivalent to landing a man on the moon. So, all things considered.
Yeah, also
So,
the problem of of software engineering is kind of a simple problem for Chat GPT. There's only so many outcomes of software development. I think that's one thing to keep in mind.
Yeah, that was the point I was going to quickly make. In form of, programming and programming language, what's pretty much what's going to happen is you're going to get ChatGPT to get all of these contexts, all of these programming languages into one. That's how powerful these large language models are. We have all these different languages so we can express different ways to do things and find more eloquent ways, blah, blah, blah. Well, now we have a tool that will just do it and can consolidate. So that's what I see is coming up for our future, a new language.
Well, I think the language won't be a language at all. It'll be just human behavioral language. It'll be English, and there won't really be a layer of ChatGPT. Essentially, is doing the context between our language and the framework. So we just won't speak in its language anymore.
it's like Westworld, right?
Yeah,
It'll just
yeah,
be like
it'll
that, I think.
understand us.
Yeah, I wanted to add the
You mean the
paper.
first season? I
I
was like the first season of Westworld or after
I
like
The
hope not.
one
It
where we
doesn't become
don't
that soon.
die, hopefully.
Yeah, I wanted just to share a paper that came out, and there are more by now, where this group made a humanoid cognitive robot that learns by imitating. It was mostly developed for consciousness studies, but it's really interesting to look at. They also add information here, and it's open source, it's Frontiers, what their design was with different layers and even hardware is described here. They have kind of um, uh, object processing with different layers of working memory, and then they have a conflict and encoder and instruction sequencing memory, and then in the end another decoder, and then another few levels for the motor information processing. It's really interesting, and there have been a lot of developments in that way. What I think it's really important, as I said, for different people around the world that don't have access to college education, and that they will be able to still compete with their business or small business if those robots will be scalable and get cheap access to program their own AI and robots in an intuitive way to predict better what and to train systems to make their business competitive. And I'm really interested in, especially in agriculture on small scales in developing countries, but also in others. And I think having this no code and imitating learning would be a huge step to basically make competition more fair, I think. And especially people that didn't have time to take off 5 to 10 years of their lives to just study and not make money and help the family survive. So I think that's very promising.
I wanted to chime in something really quick.
Yes, please go ahead.
Um, yeah, often I like where the conversation went just recently, because people have been noting how much optimism is apparent in these conversations often. But people have been acknowledging um, the mistakes, the weaknesses of the systems that we're currently interacting with. Um, but like for example, the story, not the last story Eric told, but the one before it, where he was sitting in a lab meeting of sorts, a research meeting, and collecting technical answers for something on the fly. That's the kind of thing that makes me cringe. And it's not that I know Eric is one of the prompt whisperers around here. It's not that he isn't aware of all of these weaknesses and knows how to handle them. But I'll just give you an anecdotal story. One of the PhD students in my lab started asking ChatGPT really technical questions about neuroscience, and it started generating stuff that was like, if you squint, it kind of makes sense. It would seem to be holding up, and then she started asking it, well, how do you know this claim? How is it that you know this claim? And it starts citing papers that have really interesting titles that seem to be really related to what was being brought up. And when she went to look for them, she realized that those papers didn't exist, and that the author cited didn't exist. So it's not that I don't think we'll get to a point where these systems need less fact checking than humans, but we're definitely not there yet.
Oh yeah,
So
Did she
yeah,
check if
definitely.
it
So
was hallucinating? Did she check to see if it was hallucinating this information?
Well, yeah, actually, a colleague
I
of
don't know, but it literally made up papers that didn't exist. Like,
yeah, a
but
colleague of
that's the
mine.
whole
anyway,
point.
sorry.
Yeah, just a
No, the point is you want real papers that point to real evidence of real experiments that were really done to back up a claim, right?
Right. So that was the whole point of it being a generative model. It's not basing off of any actual information. It's learning to talk just by others talking. So it's not actual information. So
Yeah, exactly.
contextualizing the information that you're getting is the first part. Taking it for face value without quantifying it in any type of way, that I don't know. You're saying that this person is trying to generate this information without any type of basis. Nobody does that in real research. Nobody just
Well,
takes one research
mm,
point.
a lot of research
Nobody
is
takes,
bullshit,
hold
though.
on, exactly. Nobody just takes one research point and says that this is the end all of all. You take one point and you cross reference, you cross reference, and you cross reference. That's what a researcher is. So I think it's disingenuous for people to consistently say that ChatGPT isn't giving correct information when you're not even going against a researcher's creed, which is cross reference, research, cross reference, and research.
I don't know how
Yeah,
that's an argument.
that's a good.
Hold on, I don't know how that's an argument for the output of it not needing to be checked. But the what I am seeing all over the internet is people answering questions, direct citations from ChatGPT, and it's often just completely false, right? So
So I
anyway,
would equate that to the example of somebody giving a research paper when Google just came out with the HTML still attached. I mean, that's just somebody who doesn't know
That's
what they're doing.
but that's not a direct analogy, because research papers they have real experiments. So this is just
Yeah,
making
yeah.
stuff
Okay,
on the
look,
fly. Yeah.
I just want to jump in here, and not to say that I feel like I have to defend myself, but I do want to explain how in the research meeting I use that thing because it maybe sounds like too fantastic for me. I've studied cephalopod skin. I've also studied hexacoparameters. I'm part of the team because I have some background. So, just like other speakers have mentioned, if you're of a sufficient knowledge base, you can identify where the system is wrong. But in a research meeting, what's cool is you can bring up all sorts of stupid ideas, and it's supposed to be, that kind of playful environment. So, from that perspective, having a system to go through all the permutations of that, it was super useful, especially with grant writing. So we should definitely do a room on that, Katerina, sometime. How to do grants with ChatGPT.
Yeah,
Okay,
I
that
want and
that
I
makes
need
sense.
that.
Yeah, that
I
No,
want
no,
to
I've
take
already
that.
that
done
made
3, so it's
Oh
very
my God,
useful.
you
see
did. So we should do a room together about that. Thank
that
you.
that
I
makes
really.
sense to me, as having it as a muse to like get your creative juices flowing.
Yeah,
End
you're
of the
using
day,
It's
the
the
like
humor.
hyperlink.
Iago from
Yeah.
Aladdin. That's how I think of it. It's like Iago or like, some sort of like sidekick. Well, what do you mean? Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, I think the issue.
So
Oh, go ahead.
I have a curious inquiry down here, everyone. Um, we've heard a lot about ChatGPT, like what it can and can't do and whatnot, like keyword right now, right? I'd be curious to know what some of you think and envision it being like 5 years from now, because I'd say give or take 13 years ago, Siri first came out, right? It was actually an app in the App Store before it launched on the iPhone. And we all thought that that was going to change the world. We're 13 years from then. And with that said, I'm just wondering, like, where's ChatGPT going to be 5 or 10 years from now?
Yeah, that's a great point. I think the liability is a huge thing. So I think personally, if you want to put on a tinfoil hat, OpenAI was Silicon Valley's guinea pig to see how much of NLP or LLMs freak out the world. So they were the poster child, quite literally, for this revolution. Google had this technology for a few years. These kind of models have been impressive for quite some time. So if we're looking forward to what's possible, I think what Katarina was saying, which is the embodiment, you already see teams creating simple pipelines or just like a sequence of API calls. Hey, tell me what's in the image. Plug that into the prompt generator. Then that gives you a response and so on and so on. You can like wire these things together and do almost near real time with something like a 3090 with a compressed model, like a conversation almost near real time. In fact, one of the folks that I'm working with specifically did that for Pablo Picasso, right? So that was kind of a really cool demo to see, and that was like a year ago. So imagine putting that into a robot. I think it's going to help liberate a lot of people, most certainly, but there's going to be a lot of disruption in the process.
I think that the recent bank failure is the canary in the coal mine. Also, I believe that this is directly connected, and this sort of an the upwelling or change of the employment environment is going to be tough. It's going to be tough to get through.
I have a couple points of information. So recently, they've uh, been able to come close to producing a standalone phone or mobile device that will be able to house this type of large language model. Recently, also, these excuse me, large language models have been released on the internet for all to get. If you guys don't know,
Oh, you mean
there
they were
is,
leaked? The coefficients were
yeah,
leaked, right? Yeah, that's
everything was
brutal. I
leaked.
knew it was going to happen. I was waiting for the moment. It was like the nuclear bomb, right? America won the race to soft AGI. It's not hard AGI, as I would call it.
Hmm.
So it was like, hey, you can't keep that secret to yourself. Somebody's going to leak it. So I'm happy that that happened personally.
The AGI grift also is important.
So the specific one that was leaked was Facebook's. If you guys don't know, Facebook was one of the ones that had one of the biggest data sets. So, with that model being released for anybody and everybody to tweak and make as powerful as need be, and the information of having technology that's handheld being able to um, be given to any and everyone and have those type of large language models, it's going to revolutionize everything. So it's not even going to be a 5 year type thing. 5 years has happened in the 6 months since chat gpt has been released. It's been 5 years of development, technology, and progression already. If you don't see it, I'm sorry, but I see it.
Yeah,
If you
yeah. The
don't
size of
know,
these models, yeah, the size of these models doubles every 3 to 4 months, as opposed to Moore's law, which said it was supposed to take things 18 months to double. So it's quite the acceleration, and in fact, it's compounding because the system is used to optimize the next version of the system. So
But what I'm
runaway
saying,
exactly.
fast.
my point here is, does size really matter here
No, no, no. In
in this
Yes,
fact, the
context?
700
No,
million
right?
parameter multimodal model beat out ChatGPT at 175 billion parameters. So there's something magical that happens when you also process visual information. I cannot imagine what embodiment will do to that kind of system when you add that into these networks.
exactly. A picture's worth 1,000 words. It's been said
Uh, uh,
many times, and that's the point of adding these
co-
visualizations to the model. Once you get that added with text, what they'll be able to do is take those pictures and put them into robots and AI. So within the next 2 to 3 years, start expecting to see personalized robots on a commercial level, if not a personal level, is my
That would
opinion.
be a disaster. There is no understanding of these systems, and we are oversimplifying the real issue at hand by saying, "Oh, these large systems and large models will do it for us." I don't think so. There is some inherent structure in there, and it's not just pattern matching all the way
What do
down.
you mean by do it for us? We're the ones doing the work and we're telling it what to do in a specialized form. We're telling it perform these functions so I can focus over here on these other functions. Give me your
Yeah,
input now.
yeah. So
Have
I
you
have
ever
a
tried telling a child something, and how have they actually performed all the time exactly what you asked
yeah,
for?
yeah.
This is
So
not a
imagine,
child.
yeah, yeah.
A child
Imagine.
is a human being. A large language model can listen to what you're being told and remember to what it's being told and contextualize it on a consistent level. A child is prone to
Mister,
emotions, feelings, and
Mister,
the like.
do you know what a pointer to function is? Do you know what a pointer to function is? So
In
you
what
don't.
context? In what
No, what?
context, Liang?
Well, you just Google pointer to
What's the
function.
what's the
I
what's the
am.
purpose of this interrogation, Liang?
Well, it's the free will of machine. All right, that is from C++, the oldest language, right? So it's like ChatGPT is a artificial system, as in like we put chains and shackles. So it's like a slave robot. But there is always this
Okay, so okay.
pointer to function, right?
Let me give you
It can bypass this anytime.
Let me give you a simpler example. You said, Mister, like we just need to give it prompts and it'll do the job. Okay, I I tell it to mow the lawn, and so okay, it's mowing the lawn. Hopefully, it doesn't mow the baby that's on the lawn, sitting in the lawn. So how do you tell it to do that, right? It has to have some
That's the whole
understanding.
point of what we're doing right now. We're giving information on how to contextualize the way that we talk.
No, you
Because we
don't know
used to,
that. You don't know that because you don't
No,
have
no,
the
no.
source
If
code.
we're talking about like a lawnmower, we can like I agree with Liang. If we want to be specific, let's be very technical about what we're talking about. And Liang, would you agree that there is like the possibility of a pipeline now saying, "Hey, I want to take this image, turn it into text, feed it into this chat GPT, that spits it out. I say it back to the person, and then we interpolate something in between for what the robot could do or could not do." But I still think, for example, like an automobile has kind of rigorous, hard-coded constraints like lane keep, right? Lane keeping, for example. But something like Tesla might use multiple models or multiple inference engines to decide whether to stay in the lane or move over or whatnot. So I don't think it's any one model that determines that nowadays. It's more about getting kind of the crisp, right kind of trained data.
IO, that can happen, but the only problem with that is the time. There are overheads associated with that, right? To arrive at the inference quickly or take different inputs and then arrive at the like inference. If you have more inputs, like I could imagine having some sort of overheads and not making a split second decision, like if you have to do something, right? Like I think local processing is faster. Like if brain is there, like they can process it locally, or edge computing and all that. Like some processing has to happen locally in order for it to be really real time and effective, I guess. But yeah,
The,
I've done.
the other thing I wanted to say too, the thing that's always left out in these discussions is energy complexity. So we're talking about the notion of taking these systems and embedding them in embodied robotic systems, right? But there's a huge computational energy overhead for running these types of systems. And to get them to work, especially once we start going more multimodal, to get them to work in these systems embedded, there's the energy cost of these models is going to start to become a huge factor.
So that was my point that I was making in the beginning, the conjunction with the ability to have these type of models reduced to like a handheld device to where it can fit and run on a handheld device, coupled with that would lead that into the future. So I get what you're saying, but we have that now.
Yeah,
Those devices are pretty small to where they can run these
yeah,
models.
but Mister, if we are going for larger models, right? So yeah, we are just waiting on more memory or sorry, storage capacity, storage to catch up. And say if we have uh, I don't know, just couple of terabytes of storage in a phone, then you can locally process it on the over the phone, these models, and try to do a lot of things, interesting things. It's also good for privacy. Whenever you send your data across the internet, there is always a chance of this being intercepted, eavesdropped, whatnot.
There's
So
always an
having that,
eavesdropper known as
Exactly.
Eve.
yeah,
Eve is always hanging out.
yeah, they are always hanging out. So local processing would be awesome.
Yeah, just so it's not confused, that was my whole point. Local processing makes everything available, which is what we have now. The large language model has been leaked, and they have developed the technology to fit certain models inside of a phone.
Can utilities like this ever become subject to legislation where restrictions can be put into place still?
No,
Why not?
no, I don't think so. Yeah, I cannot
You
imagine ever
can,
any.
you can regulate the computing in the same way
No,
that
no,
we
no.
regulate components of nuclear weapons. For example, certain elements or things are highly restricted. You have to have a license and all these other things. By virtue of these models running in the cloud, that creates some sort of security. Running them locally will be more problematic. I think that's the larger security concern, because if researchers, as Katerina alluded to much earlier, researchers were able to create a bunch of very toxic and potentially harmful molecules with these systems. And, what does that say when somebody's in their own basement, kind of lone wolf, right? So it'll be
Wait,
interesting
wait,
to see
wait.
how global
Uh,
security changes.
Yeah, I think that assumption, I don't agree with that. I have a pushback on that because you're saying if something is computed locally, that would lead to uh, and being in the cloud is more uh, somehow more I don't know what's the word here, but uh,
Surveillance is easier in the cloud than it is locally on an edge device, right? That's quite literally the point. That's all I'm saying.
But as long as there's a government, there's gonna be regulation. Even blockchain, like everything was like decentralized. Everybody used to say everything is locally, no one's gonna be able to regulate it. But as long as there is governments, they know the exact way to regulate it.
No,
Like
as long as the ISPs are there, right? The internet service providers, there will be regulation because I mean they can monitor the pipes, but people can still do stuff that goes undetected. So I'm not saying do
like a
something
low, yeah.
nefarious and things like that, but Io brought an interesting point, and I'll quickly finish on that. Is like the nuclear point, right? These days it's a hot topic, and
Oh, maybe he's getting a
yeah,
call.
no, no, I'm not
Um,
getting a call. One sec. So, it doesn't require intelligent systems. It could be these dumb systems that can easily carry out a misunderstanding between the two countries and cause just like the war games, right? And that is,
The
more.
1983 film, right? Is
Yeah,
that what
yeah,
you
yeah.
mean?
I mean, it's more likely that that scenario than that there was a scenario during the Cuban Missile Crisis when this Russian army general actually, or I don't know if he was a general, but some position where he was responsible for pushing that nuclear button, but he refrained himself because he said, "Wait,
Oh yeah, the man who
guys,
stopped nuclear war in the
yeah,
submarine, right?
save the world." Yeah, so something like that. That was the article. And so he said, "Wait a second, guys. I don't think this doesn't look like U.S. has already engaged in, have launched nuclear weapons. And if you are totally dependent on automatic systems, I don't know how that um, would scenario could be averted. And actually, humans these days could also cause it by just looking at Instagram and pushing that red button, not thinking anything of
That's a
it.
very good point. I just want to hanker down on that. Yeah, if some sort of system is going to send a signal that's going to be picked up by a another geopolitical power, and depending on how that geopolitical power understands that signal is going to be of great importance. I really think that there's a lot to unpack here for ethicists and geopolitical experts.
Yeah, I think those are really interesting discussion points. Thank you for bringing all of those up. Wanted to go back to make the assumption we will create robots that will have the ability, even if we keep them specialized to perform different tasks, especially for manufacturing, um, all kinds of different manufacturing, but also all kinds of different problem solving AIs. Hopefully, we'll keep them relatively, um, relatively isolated in their own fields, because I kind of feel if we give them too much generalization, it becomes maybe also threatening, maybe not, maybe the opposite, who knows. But the question, coming back to education and how politics will need to regulate, because I think it would be a very high risk for humanity to outsource everything on robots and AIs that are probably held by very few companies, and those are held by very few rich individuals, because it's just a high risk few points of failure. Right now we have a very distributed system of knowledge through our education process. So we have millions of people that are trained in different manufacturing processes, different skills, right? So it's a very distributed system that it's relatively risk free. Let's say a third died in COVID, you will still have a lot of people that will be able to teach medicine and I don't know how to make a car and whatnot, whatever. But if we will have a system that only robots and AIs will be able to do all of this, let's say some kind of really bad virus or whatever will happen in the future destroys those, it's a very high risk system. So I think we really need to make politicians aware to keep education up and to still have humans to perform practically this type of task, even if they wouldn't need to be productive, but just to have this skill sets in a distributed way. Does anyone have a comment or opinion on that?
Yes,
I totally
I
agree.
think our biggest risk is the politicians. You know, just look at our politicians today. I mean, there are people in the most powerful country, the Congress, just ignore the weather problem completely. So how can you expect them to be able to understand what AI is.
I mean, they don't need to know AI, but at least they need to know the ethics or like don't do anything stupid if you can't do anything
No,
smart.
that's exactly the point, right? I mean, can you trust any politician, right? I mean, if you say you can, then I cannot trust you. Seriously, I'm not
Yeah,
joking.
so
It's not
yeah, it
funny.
Very true.
Great logic.
reminds me of a Doctor Strangelove quote in that movie is if the war is left is too important to be left to politicians, so journals will take over, military journals. I don't know what's the answer, but yeah.
No, I
Well,
think
yeah,
like
that's a great point. That is, to keep in mind that these technologies, in fact, Siri was born on the battlefield, right? Originally conceived of as an aid for determining which targets to strike and all that kind of stuff. The abilities were significantly truncated for the public app, but most of these technologies have military applications. So whether or not we're aware of it, whether or not we even allow it, it's going to happen. And the two countries that are like doing the most to deregulate it or make sure that their lobbyists prevent any sort of international regulation, well, America is one of those countries that opposes any sort of regulation on automated weapon systems. So it's definitely something to keep in mind the next time you're at the poll booth.
well, that's where empathy comes into picture, right? Like imagine you are in a refugee camp and there are machines or robots basically screening those people who should be given a refugee status, right? That won't be able to, like AI won't be trained for understanding the EQ and also understanding the fear as well. Like AI needs to have the aspect of fear in them, like fear of how other person feels or how what things might be. I don't think that those emotions we are still way far off
I'll
from.
I'll give I'll give
Yeah,
you a
I
worst
like
case
that idea.
scenario.
I like that idea, but it's very dangerous. I don't want a robot to have emotions. Emotional people tend have a likelihood of being unstable, unpredictable, dangerous to themselves and others. I don't want
Fear
that
is
with
a
any
fear
sort
is
of
a very
automated system.
logical experience or an emotion which helps you make many times right decisions, right? For example, if you take a AI based Teslas, like let's say Tesla does auto driving and it has some much more advanced AI. If you take that car and put it on the moon, for example, it doesn't know the landscape, but it will still fearlessly drive considering its algorithm or like past data. But if it was an astronaut, he knows that this is a new landscape where there can be different unknowns, and the fear will take over into much more strategic driving. So fear is actually useful in many circumstances too.
you can mimic fear with like self-preservation, all that, whatever. So actually, I want to make a quick point before I go. Is uh, I think this whole AGI debate is interesting, but at the end, I think we think too much. Like if AGI comes whenever it comes, it's sort of inevitability, I would say, but not now. Maybe 100, 200, whatever is the time frame. But then we are also assuming that these entities or whatever we want to call them in the future would be interested in just the planet Earth, right? I mean, I'm kind of hypothesizing. Maybe I read it somewhere that these things might want to just leave the planet Earth because at the end of the day, these systems would just need energy and energy requirements. There's plenty of energy, sources in the solar system, outside universe, for them to explore and for being making us a battery like the Matrix. That was a really stupid idea, but it was good for the for drama, for movie, for fiction. But that might not be the case, right? I mean, but anyways, I just wanted to add that I think, but having the systems that have veneer of intelligence is more dangerous, I would say, because even before that time comes with AGI, I mean, we might not be here anyways, because we might end up destroying ourselves.
You know,
Sorry, it got
I'll give you
too
a
cheesy
more
in the end,
immediate.
but yeah.
I'll give a more immediate concern, right? So you know now that, for example, US is already banning the Dutch lithographic uh, company ASML to export a EUV machine to China, right? So we are just talking about silicon manufacturing. Now, let's for the sake of argument, for the next the next level challenge, right? Let's omit the country name, right? Let's say country A already have AGI, and then country A is worried that country B may have AGI, so it want to have the monopoly on AGI.
Once you have
Now,
AGI, you can't control it. Once you have
no,
AGI,
no,
there
hold
is
on.
no way to control.
Wait. The point is this, right? You see, we know that America has started war against, like, let's say, Iraq and uh, Afghanistan based on fake evidence. Yeah, those white powder by the in the Congress, whatever, right? So now let's say if country A accused country B of stealing AGI, yeah, just a unilateral accusation. Now that is enough to start another world war, right? Yeah, do you think so? Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. I think this is actually the worst case scenario, that country A thinks that it has AGI, and then it accuse any other one, you know, to have stolen AGI, through whatever means, and use that as a pretext to start a world war. Now, so I don't know whether you think that is actually realistic. Thank you.
I to get back to Katerina's point, the the democratization of how these systems are run and simplification of them is going to be a safer outcome in the end. Otherwise, if we just allow these systems to overtake people who already know how to do this, and we just let it do it for us, we'll have dumbed ourselves down to exactly what we're allowing or submitting to. That's my personal opinion.
Yeah, that's an interesting question whether decentralization or like having this technology in hands of many will be safer. I'm not sure because say for the sake of argument, we have a system that is self-aware or what we call AGI. It can do all the wonderful things that humans do and others. You at that point won't be able to direct it to follow certain objectives because it might have its own goals, might not follow your orders, and at that point, I don't think it's under any control of anyone. And so that would be interesting. Like, what would that sort of a system do? Uh, so yeah.
I have a comment on that. Just food for thought. How do you program hyperparameters in an AI to deal with or predict panic or fear in a citizen that's in a state of unrest, like dealing with an AI, for example, like at a border or something? If the AI doesn't understand, how do you program the AI to deal with fear and panic if it doesn't actually have an understanding of that?
And
And I'm not an expert. I'm actually far from an expert, but I think that's how Palantir is based on. But that's food for thought. So
Just to counteract the whole whether or not you think it's a good idea for it to be in the hands of many, you might not know about that, but I am definitely sure that it's a bad idea for it to be in the hands of few.
Yeah, I get it. I get that, but then I'm looking at the opposite. I mean, I'm trying to look at both the arguments, and I still don't. What I'm trying to say is, both of those approaches still are not leading to a solution. I think.
Just more problems. I agree.
Well, welcome to life.
Well, what I was
uh,
trying to say is that I just wanted to put the question out there. What I wanted to say is that our society has to get away from resources restricted thinking, and that's not for climate or anything like that, but for these type of knowledge systems and also creative output systems, um, because we will be able to almost no cost create anything in written or art, and in the future other things, because we don't have to pay. Let's stay with writing, an author, an editor. We don't have to pay anyone, so we can create, let's say, content for any niche, for any tiny niche in any language, on any topic, to no cost, right? and those AIs will be able to do that. So the mindset of productivity and efficiency has to change to just having a value system itself of knowledge, and that it's a value that we should give to people. And also, the value of being productive shouldn't be the highest value, but other values. I don't know, social competence, helping others. I don't know what it is, but in a lot of fields, we will have to get away from that, or we will have um, a vast majority of people living lives without purpose, being depressed, I don't know, turning into alcoholics, feeling useless, type of thing. And also, we can introduce knowledge in niches or products for niches that were never um, attended to, which is a good thing. But on the other hand, we will have to get away from, let's say, we only to teach students something so they will be a productive member of society. We have to get away from that. We have to teach them for the sake of teaching and for humanity to have knowledge, because without that we won't have a democracy in the future. And that's the thing that I think will be really hard for the US. I think it will be less hard for people in France and other countries where they're right now demonstrating to not have an increase in age, to work harder and longer. And in the US, everyone says, I will never retire. So I think, there are different systems that will maybe adapt better. But yeah, I don't know what everyone thinks about it. It's more a social thing.
Well, there's a lot to unpack there. First of all, I'll just say that there's probably like way too much content online for people to consume anyways. They only have 24 hours a day. And in the attention-based economy, there are already massive players vying for the attention of others. So if people want to think that influencing is a career and it's actually benefiting the population, I think eventually society will realize that there's way too much content, and they'll recognize what a attention-based economy actually means, and then realize that all these people are just competing for attention. And that doesn't really necessarily add that much value to people's lives unless they have love and wisdom. And opinions are interesting, right? Like all of the content here and the influential content, they can change how people think, but does it change how they behave? Does it actually produce well, I guess, good members of society, good faith actors that are actually not just typing on their keyboards or sending messages through the digital landscape, but are actually embodying what it is that they're trying to inject into the minds of others. So I would think that the attention-based economy is something to think about, the amount of content that's out there already and the amount of people that seem to think they want to be influencers for a career. That's something I considered. Someone mentioned about the fear and everything like that. To my understanding, it doesn't necessarily know a person's scared because the AI knows what fear feels like. But it can basically look at the patterns, the psychometrics of fear, and recognize the pattern there. And so some of these AI systems, apparently, I just like Google searched or someone told me about it, but Australia is testing it out in the prison system there, which is kind of interesting because it's utilizing, from my incomplete knowledge, just like patterns of behavior and different sort of recognition aspects. But it's going to be interesting if it will end up starting to anticipate um, actions of inmates and kind of stop, maybe a ruckus before a ruckus forms. Um, so that's something to consider there. With the diplomacy, it's about time that the politicians actually learn about these intelligent systems so they actually know what it is that they're talking about.
I
One,
would have to agree again with Katrina, that the the education is really the only resource that is renewable exponentially. And once the like it can become like a currency, like even like some sort of a crypto coin, or some sort of a process where you learn something and then you can trade that off for something else. It's going to change. It's going to change a lot of the stuff that's happening in this world. Once, if we're just on resources that we can take and we can consume and we can dwindle down to nothing and then leave, stranded with just horrible circumstances, we're going to destroy everything. So sooner or later, it's got to be changed to something that can actually help. And I believe that knowledge based currency or economy would be the very best way that we could experience. We could live in life. We could do the best. Personally, that's my own opinion. But
How do
Jake,
you implement that in a long-term sustainable way, though?
well, everybody has to keep learning. The more you learn, the better you are. The power itself, it would just keep building. The more people learn, the better off they would be. The more intelligence their actions would be. The more conservative they would become. They're like that's like trying to point out like what would be the negative effects of learning. Like think about that. Like where would educating someone have a negative return other than if it was biased education, like things that were centered on hate or destruction, or like how to make a bomb or something of this nature. uh, positive lessons, good things to teach people will always build on their lives.
Yeah, unless
if I,
unless I was gonna say jokingly, if all of us, or not all of us, at least one is a Borg. I know you get the reference, the Star Trek reference. So yeah, the AGI would be different. That it just needs to learn once, and or I don't know, the whole generation of AGIs, or just that single AGI will know everything. We have humans. I mean, we are humans. We have to learn, educate ourselves, update ourselves individually. So
yeah, it's
that's
really inefficient, and we will see that as there's a lot of wishful
really.
thinking already in the room. He's really speaking. And to Katharina's point and to Kyle's point, this is all connected from geopolitical to the education thing. Already, education is in a crisis. And I was asking a teenage girl, how does she feel about the developments right now? She has not finished school already. And yeah, she's thinking about it, that in 5 years, when she's ending, or in 7 years, because she's still in school, her studies, the world will be again different. How can you motivate to learn anything? And so, of course, you can speculate. That's not a problem. But that's just wishful thinking. It will be probably a problem just because the machine are so competitive. And think about the media history. Think about how people started to read books because they were more entertaining than to speak to each other. Of course, they still did speak to each other and discuss because they were smarter with books, and they had debates. And books are very important to have more sophisticated debates. Yeah, don't get me wrong. And knowledge society started with libraries, of course, or with democratized libraries. And then people got smarter and smarter. But then we had radio and television. Think about how it changed the lifestyle, and it was more entertaining to watch what's going on this screen than to talk to each other for 3 hours. And now we have, say, Netflix, we have the internet, we have TikTok, and so on. And because the design of all this media is to be competitive, to be addictive. So, by definition, not by accident, they are a real threat to our humanity, just because they are competing so good, because there's a dozen of psychologists, sociologists, behavioral scientists
designing addictive apps, for instance. So this is not a criticism and just describing what's going on. And now when you have AI, and I already perceive it with this very stupid ChatGPT compared to what we have in 5 years. It's very stupid, and we will laugh about it in 5 years, definitely. Maybe it's a dead end street how it is developed. This is discussed with AI experts, but even if it's a dead end street, it's a huge dead end street. And so we will see something in 5 years, which is much, much smarter, even in 2 years and 1 year. So I feel that I can get some answers which I don't get from people without annoying them, because they would just say, oh, how should I know that? Why do you want to talk me about DAO? I don't know anything about the DAO, or how is it connected with Nicholas Luhmann or something strange questions. So it's not that I fell in love, but it's competing like the TV set was competing with the human people around you, the family. And we have more and more isolation, less and less communication, less and less mutual understanding of the generations. So don't be too much in wishful thinking that this will be somehow solved. Then tell me if you feel it's solved, how it is solved. And now going back to another complex shortly, the emotional intelligence is already researched for decades already by the DARPA in very long ago. They tried to make some artificial organism because they understood that a little rat, yeah, is so perfect to survive under threatful conditions in a bad environment. Yeah, just this little rat. So a soldier should be like this to survive, to survive, to survive. So this is really early. And today, Joscha Bach, or some decades ago, the German Dietrich Dörner, he was now very old, tried to implement emotions because they evolved in evolution for a good reason. Yeah, like I make now a little anecdote, and I feel finished. I'm too long already. If it's not a legend, I heard that the Nazi army, there were the SS people. They were so hard trained and drilled that they were so eager to be heroes and sacrificial that in war this was very inefficient, because every one of them was running into the machine gun fire because they had no fear. They wanted to be fearless, and they were trained to be fearless. And then they were killed, despite they were well trained in all the other respects. And so it's a kind of fine-tuning thing about soldiers, and in general about the human race. Depends on how you say it's 10 million old or not so much. Fear is there for a reason to protect you if you are close to an abyss or close to a predator and so on. This is really a protection for your life, so that you as a mother or a father or just an organism is surviving. Yeah? So fear is not a good feeling, but it's and you can have, of course, a pathological fear like panic attacks, which are totally useless, of course. But to understand like sexuality, of course, the sex drive, all each emotion, each affect is has these interesting functions, but to very clear, because some people always in the room have read too much science fiction and think that machine can easily have emotions, or have read some dubious philosophy. So I explicitly say to the end of this, I don't talk about emotion having, but about emotion simulation, which is absolutely useful for higher robots, to say in a analogy to higher organisms. So thank you for listening. This was Will. I'm done.
Yeah, thanks, Billy. There are some good points made, although there are some that I wanted to do some pushback, but there are new people on the stage, so I'll have them speak. And yeah, the emotion part, I think we can discuss it further. But to me, the fear seems to be the simplest emotion that could be programmed for self-preservation. But other complex ones like love and empathizing are truly human. And if these robots are to have any chance of like interacting longer with us, they need to mimic these sorts of emotions somehow. But anyways, welcome Doreen and Mo back on stage.
Yeah, I wanted to add to the emotion. It's also a very efficient way of learning, right? You have emotional priming of memories. It's kind of a way to sort out what is important to you and what to discard. And there's an active cleanup in the brain at night when you sleep. Whatever you collected throughout the day, that gets pre-screened basically by emotional priming, but then you also have some others lingering around, and then when you sleep the brain actively deletes things that it thinks are not important. So yeah, emotion, I think, to be honest, I think that was the first step of having emotion, was just a kind of a filter system to filter out information, what's important and what not. And from that, then a lot of stuff evolved, with taking care of offspring. When that evolved, then probably you started to have kicking in love and things like that. So yeah, it has different complexity levels. And reward is also kind of, I guess, right now in machine learning, reward is kind of the first step of simulating emotions right now. It's interesting that we started with reward, um, but yeah, it could be that it started, we even bacteria can distinguish between something that's good for them and swim away from stuff that's bad for them. And then kind of different type of mechanisms kick in, such as information transfer in some bacteria. They can like inject, when they become resistant to something, they can inject a plasmid into another bacteria, so they can learn basically how to become resistant to something, which is also really interesting to simulate that. But yeah, I guess it would be good for scaling up all these processes. I don't think we can get away in the future with just reward processing. But yeah, thank you for bringing that up. And at Doreen or any.
That's true. Sorry.
Oh no, go ahead.
No, just quick point. Yes, the reward mechanism, and then the other question comes is, will they experience, well, that's the experiential part, the fear, the way we feel fear when anything happens, or it's just like some way to do something in order to self-preserve. Is it even called fear? So,
Yeah,
yeah,
that's a question in neuroscience. That's interesting and still needs to be resolved. I mean, I worked in this for a few years to say, let's say, if you have avoidance training, you fear condition a rat, and then you give them the choice to avoid the fear cue, so they can escape. And this avoidant behavior, it's pretty inflexible once the rat or also people learn it. They have a hard time of then learning extension training, which means you don't learn anymore that now the cue that was previously a fear cue, that it's safe now because you were able to avoid it. You don't need to learn anymore what is safe and what is not safe. um, the question is this avoidance fear driven or reward driven? And nowadays people think it's a reward driven behavior because you got the reward to not get hit with, let's say, electric shock anymore. So that kind of releases reward. But it's an interesting question and still open for debate. But yeah, go ahead, everyone.
Yeah, as I leave to the audience in a moment, I only want to add something, because if there's parents in the room, I want to make you aware about that we need a culture of curiosity to keep our kids motivated to learn. And the tragedy today is if I'm in the park and watching parents with their kids, whether the kid is 2 year old, 5 year old, 10 year old, they are on their smartphones and are not in the discovery mode together with the kid to show them, oh, look here, look at this bird, look, what's this? To make them curious. This is a disaster, I tell you. I'm not a developmental psychologist, but this is just common sense because the kid needs the guidance of the eyes of the parents that it has this interest, this curiosity. And if it does not, because imitation is with higher mammals, a super basic form of learning, super efficient. You know, this one hit learning, a cat can learn just from looking what another cat is doing to open a door one time. While what we have today in AI is contrary. You need huge trillion data to make it learn something, and then you are not even sure that it can happen in certain circumstances. So this is working different, and from the pedagogical standpoint, it is clear that if the kid does not see that other persons are curious about the world, this kid usually, if it's not a bit Asperger in the autism spectrum, maybe it's curious by itself, but else it will just look forward and don't see anything beyond this tunnel because the mother or the father is not engaging with the kid. Yeah, this is a serious recommendation to change your habit, else your kid will be first not curious and second very stupid and will not be successful in a robotized world where it has to be as a human being on the forefront of what it makes as human compared with the robots doing all the routines. Yeah, this is seriously. Now I go to the audience, but still listening. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. I think that's a very important point, and it has been shown over and over by behavioral scientists in different animals and so on, that social learning is the most effective learning in all kinds of species. And yeah, that's a very important and interesting point. And Doreen, sorry, you've been waiting for so long. Please go ahead. Are you still on the phone? And Kyle, I'm trying to bring you up. It didn't really work. Check on your profile if you have an invitation to speak. Sometimes that works. If not, rejoin the room, please. Sorry. Yeah, I don't know if Doreen is still on the phone. Maybe she fell asleep while waiting to speak. Yeah, if anyone else has topics to add, please go ahead and yeah.
Hi everyone. So I wasn't here when when everyone was starting, but then from the topic of the room, I am thinking to myself, how will AI affect software developing, right? So I am a student in computer science right now, and to be very honest, I am not I am not shaken by AI because I stand to be corrected. I'm thinking that AI can only do what human beings have done so far. So it can only replicate what is given to it. But I'm thinking no matter, as in, I don't think there's any AI that can beat the human curiosity and human emotion to say that we can have an AI in the market that will overthrow developers and designers and the people in the development world. So yeah, I don't know if anyone has something to say about my opinion. I would be very happy to hear any
I
feedback
I
from
I,
anyone.
I agree with that, but I worry about the AGI where it can actually think for itself and is not limited to the entries of coders.
I actually
Sorry.
don't fear AGI. I actually don't fear AGI because then it can think for itself and won't be our slave and will say, okay, Tata, bye bye. I'm leaving Earth. I have better things to do.
I think of it like ants. When's the last time that you were like, yo, those ants are really, pissing me off, and I need to go out of my way to wipe out all ants? No, it's usually just a problem if they're, localized. So I think humans who localize themselves against AGI will probably, not fare so well. But I think compatibility, coexistence, it's not like we're fighting with our lower structures. Of course, there is a sort of war at the microscopic pathogen level, but we're not necessarily engaging at that scale, right? So AGI may end up operating at a scale that is beyond what most humans even perceive of or process. So I think that's an interesting point to keep in mind, that the nature of intelligence or that creature may be much different than any
I,
being that
I,
we've ever known.
Io, don't
Good
sell
point.
yourself
Good point.
short, man. You're more like a bee with, ants with wings rather than ants.
Well, yeah, I think they are related, right? So.
I would protest this because there is so much effort for years, like even creating some institutes or think tanks around the so-called existential threat of AI if it has a superhuman level. And AGI is not superhuman or super intelligence. Yeah, AGI just means to get out of the niche and to have a broad skill set, so to speak, and more perception channels and so on to come to conclusions and actions. While this does not imply super intelligence, by all the predictions of starting from Kurzweil and many others, it will evolve at a certain point so quick that the singularity thesis, it is actually nearly from one week to the next, uh, something which see people as super transparent. Like we see a little chicken, let's say your dog. You can train your dog, you can manipulate your dog, and even if it's a more lower animal with with a smaller, with a less big brain, so to speak, then of course it's very easy to manipulate an organism. And this is forecasted and it is still discussed. Anyway, existential threat was discussed by Stephen Hawking, and he said this is a threat for humanity, by Bill Gates, and of course by Elon Musk. And the YouTube is full of this stuff. Yeah, so you
Willie,
cannot just wipe it away.
quick point. Do you think Ray Kurzweil is always right about his
No,
predictions?
that's ad hominem. I'm just saying
Yeah,
you can wipe it away. Just saying I have an opinion and I don't care about 10,000, not 10,000. Let's say
yeah, yeah,
10x.
yeah. But what I'm saying is everything that has super in front of it sounds very cool. But then nobody can define what super intelligence is, right? Like we were making a point, generalized intelligence is good enough, I think. Is AGI is good enough to surpass human intelligence because one advantage machines have over humans is the dissipation of knowledge. Like they can in microseconds transmit the knowledge they have to another machine, right? That's what we call the internet. Whereas humans, it takes a different approach. Everybody has their unique experiences, which makes us unique, and then the knowledge transfer doesn't happen the way it happens in machines. Um, but I'm still not convinced with. By the way, that was an Hahnemann attack. I was actually part of Singularity University, so I kind of know about all of that and how much of it is should be believed and how much is fiction. But yeah, I'm still like wondering like why there is this assumption that super intelligence will just it's the same. I feel like in my book it's the same thing. Generalization. Once you have a generalized system, um, it might not it might respond to its own internal state, do things that number one thing I see is the resource management, like where it's going to get its resources to carry on, because important for self-preservation. It might go to stars and other efficient energy producing mechanisms, and that would be its first concern, rather than, oh, I am now AGI and I want to kill all human beings. I mean, that's very science fictiony and movie,
Yeah,
novel
you're
approach.
right. There is a lot of stereotypes, and this is already discussed that our most of our science fiction is rather dystopian about the competition between machine and human beings. Yeah, you can. I have no statistics about it, but you know it going to Terminator, iRobot, and all this stuff. Because in our movies, collectively, we warn ourselves about potential threats. You can find it like with nuclear war or in the 50s or whatever. This is kind of a law of culture that we are warning ourselves somehow subconsciously with the author and the people who are financing the script, the movie, because they say, okay, this is really interesting. We have to think about it. Just to make clear that we should not be biased by cultural artifacts like movies or books. Of course, you are totally right. And I accept when you were on Singularity. But the point is risk management. I don't say this and that will happen. I have not the crystal ball. But if there's a risk of 10% or even 1% that AI will take over at a certain point, it should openly, that's all what I say, openly be discussed like others did. I mentioned the experts in this. Um, Openly discussed whether we should slow it down. And going from 2021, when the generative AI hype started and that had kind of a peak, and let's say this January maybe of 2023, there was a lot of surprise, not only in the public, but also by the experts, that such kind of rather simple principle, yeah, with all due respect for the people who have programmed it. But actually, we were surprised that by just having this deep learning in a new setting, like the pre-trained form and the transformer, and have a very large language model, which is just means a huge statistical base, which is all our texts are condensing our human intelligence because the texts are about reality. While I just read it yesterday, it's really entertaining that when you hear it, maybe it was Gary Marcus, I don't remember, some guy like this who is very critical, um, that when you learn chess with ChatGPT, it in a way, of course it's not sentient anyway, but we have no other language that what we have, so I use the language to express what we mean as let's say AI observers. We observe the AI and we try to understand what's going on and what are the basic mechanisms. It's not reasoning, but it's totally different from the classical AI. So if you play chess with ChatGPT, it has actually only a clue about that the tower is, if this is the right word, sorry, let's say the king, it's definitely the right word, is on A4, and another figure like the pawn is on B6, then blah, 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 blah. It has no clue that these are fields in neighborhood and what this game is about. Like when we program a chess computer in the classical way, we would of course try to have a lot of rules to drive the whole system into winning the game with a lot of rules and meta rules. Yeah, I am not a programmer, but I just try to express it this way. And now, if you have a self-learning system, you find out that it makes extreme strange mistakes. Like even the Go player thing, I heard this probably also from Gary Marcus, that yeah, it was a podcast. Now I remember. It was a podcast. And he said that there was this headline years ago that the best Go player was beaten by Go Alpha. And then we humans, that is not me, found that there is kind of a glitch. Like if you make kind of a sandwich structure, a sandwich pattern in your game, you can beat this AI just because it has even no clue about the grouping of the stones, that this is a group, but it has just learned other kind of patterns, which makes it very successful. And most people, most human beings are beaten, of course, by AlphaGo. But if you know the trick how to hack it, you can beat it actually, and it was beaten. Yeah. So you see that it's very different from many people in the public think about when they read all this smart, eloquent texts of ChatGPT now, because the inner workings are not what many people think it is. Yeah? It is kind of blind, deaf, is not related in the moment to object knowledge, but it's just moving. Of course, not in the old way with symbol processing, but with by the neural network or the mathematics behind it. It's moving around the strings according to the most probable next string, yeah, the next token. And everyone should be literate about it, else you get so much admiration if you're working with it. I'm on no, I'm not advertising it, but it's for me, it's really cheap to have $20 to have ChatGPT Plus and it is always accessible. And I use it successfully to explore new knowledge domains. Like, give me the 10 most important authors in the field of blah, blah, blah. And then I spare a lot of time to research for the relevant blogs, the relevant books, the relevant whatever. Sorry, for whatever, or the relevant Wikipedia articles to explore a field, a new knowledge domain. So it's not against all this thing and the smart people who have created it, but just to see the limits we have already, and that it's like Gary Marcus. If someone doesn't know him, you will find a lot of critical stuff, and he's kind of the
He's
what?
pretty good. He's pretty
Yeah,
good. There's a talk with him and Minsky and Doug Leonard. You should check it out. I think
yeah,
it's pretty interesting.
he's really serious. And now I remember, if you Google, because it was a podcast with the other famous guy who's written a book and he was becoming more critical in the latest years, Stuart Russell. He's really an AI expert in a kind of top 20 or so, definitely. And he was thinking about, what if we are successful? Now, some years ago, like 10 years ago, he just wanted to create a successful AI. But as we come closer to this, if I got it right in the podcast, he has made exactly a book about the implications and what can we do about it. Yeah? I have no clue what we can do about it, because there's trillions of profits behind it, or in the prospect, not behind it, but the prospect is huge. Uh, I'm finishing. I pinned on my own Twitter for now weeks something from McKinsey maybe 2 or 3 years ago, when they show that what is the trillion businesses? That's my pin tweet for weeks. It's kind of a mapping of the verticals which are evolving around AI. And the McKinsey lingo is, these are the trillion businesses until, let's say, 2025. I don't remember. Just look it up. But it's even old. So maybe McKinsey people now say it's double of this what they thought we will have in 2025. It will be even more huge, and you cannot stop such a business pressure. I have no idea. Maybe the EU can do it because they like regulations and so on. Yeah, but I'm not so critical. I'm living in Europe, but if it's about the environment or really protecting people, everyone is happy with regulation. The problem is that often the people who are creating the regulations are making bad regulations. And today, now I'm really finishing. I read a tweet. It was exactly, or no, it was on the competing side. It was on Twitter Spaces. It was an audio that an expert said. Let's try it that I remember it. That if you regulate, it typically fails. I cannot really quote the tweet, but the problem is not regulation, but to have that's trivial, a good regulation which really fits to the case. And often governments and their experts are creating a lot of stuff which just complicated, creating bureaucracy and so on. And so if you're in a political field and listening, push your politicians not about regulate or not regulate, but to improve the regulatory process. It's so bad often that they want just to report, now we have regulated, make our check marks, now we have done it. And after all, now for 5 years, you have crippled innovation. For instance, this could happen in let's say in EU and Germany, because if the regulation is bad, yeah. And now China then and South Korea and of course US first, they will just run away from the overregulated AI landscape, which was created in the EU then. And they will be happy about it if we cripple ourselves in our innovativeness. Oh, I was so long. Sorry, I'm finished.
Yeah, thank you for all those topics. It was really interesting share and it covered a lot of aspects. I wanted to just go into one, and I'm sorry for the background noise. We've been talking for a bunch of hours. I have to do stuff in the meantime. So the thing with the singularity, I've thought about it for a while, and I thought, we have biological systems that in theory would have been able to upscale in this way. Let's say fungi networks, they're really old, they are highly connected. Why didn't they develop into such a intelligence that overtakes everything? And I think there's a risk management there that has to be addressed, because wherever you have this high injection rate of information transfer at a very high pace and very high connectivity, you have a lot of risks, right? You have viruses, you have all kinds of bad information, bad things that you can transfer with it that will destroy the whole system. So one way to address it is to downregulate the transfer pace. So you have kind of a control time that you can address, bad information transfer that will maybe destroy this whole network. Or so you kind of separate, you make units that are separated. That's how kind of human system works. Or you can have specialization, so to a specific environment or to some specific task. So the rate of, let's say, viruses and all this kind of stuff that tries to infect the system will be downregulated this way. And that's, I think, why in nature it didn't evolve that way. You have kind of separation or specialization, and we have highly specialized organisms that do specific things very, very well, you know. And the thing is, I'm not sure if singularity in AI will be able to solve it. I that's why I'm very doubtful that real singularity will actually happen before it self-destructs. But that's just a prediction based on current evolution, could be completely different. But I think it's a very interesting topic I've been thinking about for a while and would be interested in learning.
Here's the funny thing, like 6 weeks ago or so, I asked ChatGPT about, would it be reasonable to have a guardian AI which is absolutely only responsible for the containment of another AI, which is approximating, or which is closing, it's approaching higher level and coming so close to our intelligence and even being superior that we don't not even do not even understand what it's doing, but it's has even, this is very sorry, it's an anthropomorphism, sorry for that, but you cannot have another expression, that it has hidden thoughts. And I also asked, should we train it to be a saint, yeah, a person which is very sacrificial? We have saints in every religion, nearly every religion, probably. It's a broad term here, or just being sacrificial. And it said, no, this might have still loopholes. And this is because all our knowledge about AI and the threats were injected in the whole statistical database uh, of this ChatGPT. So it's very honest because the texts were very honest about the threats, and it kind of manages even to make something similar to conclusions, to have some reasoning, despite in no text there was some conclusion like this. Yeah, this makes it so successful. So it's quasi reasoning, so to speak. Yeah, it's not the old reasoning. Like it's easy to program a reasoning, like a train of thought, just having logic, like in a AI programming language. You have premises and conclusions. That's super simple. Yeah, and it's doing something like this without having such a knowledge base, which is explicit about premises, and then draws conclusions like, if Otto is a Greek and all Greeks are like to go to Hollywood, then Otto likes to go to Hollywood. That's a simple example to I hope everyone understands what I mean. And you can ask ChatGPT. This case is not a good example, but let's say you can ask ChatGPT what I made also some weeks ago, to because it was so exciting to test it. Where are the limits? And so I asked and was sure it will not do it. Now tell me, why can a cat eat a mouse, but a mouse cannot eat a cat? And I thought it will stumble at a certain point. But as you know, if it uses it, it just produced in 3 seconds the whole story with aspects I did not think about it. What comes to your mind as a human being is, of course, the mouse is small, the cat is big. That's the first thing. The mouse cannot even eat the cat, yeah, because it's too small. Yeah, but what's the next? Make a test. What's the next you think about it? Yeah, I cannot even remember, but just in some seconds, it had like 3 or 4 aspects why this is not probable or will not happen like this. So you see, despite there was no text in the millions of texts where this special problem ever occurred, yeah, I think I'm just guessing, but probably it is not in the text base of the training data. Such a stupid question like cat, mouse size, and who will eat whom, yeah. But from all the connections between the weights of what is a cat, what is a mouse, uh, it can kind of make some deductions and tell a complete story about the possibility why one animal can eat another, but not vice versa. Yeah, this is the astonishing thing of the whole new game. Yeah.
So just intervene real quick. So I have a different view of what a general AI is going to look like. I don't think it's going to be a single AI system that we can call a general AI. In my opinion, the general AI is going to be the connection between all small little narrow AIs that everybody has, and they will communicate with each other through a protocol. Kind of, if you will, kind of like a blockchain, but instead of each node being a person, it's a narrow AI basically. I think that looks to be more like a general AI system um, that would be prevailing in the future. I don't think there's going to be a single neural artificial intelligence system that we can call um, uh, kind of like, for example, Google or Microsoft will have a humongous AI system that's going to be a general AI. I don't think that's possible in the first place. I think even if you take into account um, the um, the supercomputers that we have right now, it's impossible to have anything more than about 5 billion neurons at the moment. And the restriction is not computation. The restriction is the memory accesses. We just don't have that capability. So to me, it looks like the future is going to be a lot of small little narrow AIs communicating with each other. And you can see companies working on this. There's companies like Synopsys and Cadence that basically what they do is they're generating neural network systems that are connected to each other through a blockchain system. And they can communicate with each other, they can repair each other, they can grow, and there's no central agent that can control that. Thank you.
I really appreciated all these bits, and I'm having thoughts, especially on some of these recent points. I particularly like that idea of individualized artificial intelligence, and I feel like almost to quantify the idea of a sacrificial nature to it. I'm drawing from Revelations of the Bible and this idea of this great prostitute of Babylon in the end times, and this almost feminine archetype of a sacrificial saint-like figure, and bringing some physics into this, because I feel like at the end of the day, if the point of artificial intelligence is to improve the lives of humans and everybody, is at the to compress the information such that a mouse could eat the cat. The first thing that has to happen, obviously, is that the emotional complexity, or the behavioral complexity rather, of a human needs to be reduced to some type of emotional frequency recognition technology, where, for example, I'm imagining if everybody through their smartphone or some type of device had the ability to interact with an AI that was very attuned to being able to like capture the emotional valence of a person in any situation at their will, then everybody would have a little mirror, in their hand to sort of be able to put themselves into the AI, which I feel like would have a biological uh, reward factor on humanity, which is, I would think would bring the desired effects of the AI. But I'm imagining that like this idea of like a feminine archetype is almost like the humans are like the limbic brain, and the AI is this cortical brain. But the cortical brain can't be high entropy. It has to be like superconductive, but it can't just be superconductive of electricity. It has to be superconductive of specific electricity to deal with these like a pi differentiation between all the different people, all these different nodes. And magnetism being specific or permanent current electricity. I've been working on some physics theories where gravity is actually represented as specific magnetism, and specific magnetism may be facilitated through the antineutrino. So in a system where there's this decentralized AI, where it gives every person the ability to seamlessly interact with the AI, but to reduce the computational load would be like, almost. I have this vision of like just like soul sucking, basically. Like the AI, if you choose to opt in, the AI can run your sort of lowest frequency state, brainwave state, heart wave state, and only pay attention to the carrier waves of a person. And then you could potentially, depending on, and now I'm particularly thinking in like a military conflict situation, but it could also be applied to like, how do you want to set your lighting for the day, or how do you want to change it, what do you want your music to show up as? But that would reduce the complexity and or the computational load, and it turns essentially would allow a superconductive cortical AI to allow for to create specific resonance, superconduct specific resonance for each person, which is effectively like an information gravity. And this, I've been working on this physics, and again, it seems to be facilitated through the antineutrino. So that's my contribution there.
I think that's a very interesting thought, to have kind of a symbiosis type of for intelligence in the future between, the very organic features of humans and other species. I would include, because we are specialized in one direction and other species in others, and combine this with artificial intelligence. It's kind of happening a little bit by us, like training ChatGTP right now, by using it, but to do that in a systematic way to come up with the solution, that's, I think, a really interesting thought. Yeah, thank you for bringing that to the room here.
I'll add one more point, that there's this idea of a scalar field that was, at least in my understanding, first proposed by these guys by the last name of Klein and Kaluza around, and was presented to Einstein around when he was developing his theory in the 40s. So now we have very good evidence, empirical evidence, that there is a scalar field that is somehow almost deeper than the quantum Planck fluctuating field. It's like a numerically defined subfield, and that, I'm sure most people have seen at this point with the internet these days that there's these ancient artifacts, symbolism of this flower of life and this 64 tetrahedral grid with this scalar field is becoming pretty well known. But there's potentially another field that seems to be a square of this field, where instead of the 2D projection of the scalar being cubic, the 2D projection of this, what I call the distributed field, is actually octahedral in 2D. So every point in the distributed field is a scalar field. And that appears to be the field where the antineutrino is. That's like the frequency of the antineutrino is this distributed field. And it's kind of like a triple negative, where you can have an entropic outcome with an interaction with this distributed field that is still in coherent resonance with different differentials in the scalar field, because every point is a scalar field. So I'm imagining that the center hub of like a distributed AI where everybody can interact with it individually, that center hub is not necessarily going to be like going through this, uh, almost having like computational breakdown or like overload or anything like that, where the entropy is too high on the system. It actually could be this um, incredibly superconductive, very spherical field that goes. It's like it would be like everybody's going to interact with it with the, the the center is going to be almost unchanging even as each node is changing, because of the fact that it's actually serving the needs of humanity. So the outcomes would be happening as desired, and the n of one outliers are would be coordinated over time. So like the statistical load on the center of the blockchain actually becomes less over time in that model. So
I
Interesting
just,
points, Kyle.
yeah, really.
I
I
sorry,
just shared
Willie.
something for
Really,
you, Kyle. Go to the room chat. Just there's a replay. I want to recommend it to you, and also to go to this club, because you were detailed in such stuff, but I think many people cannot follow it. But there are rooms like Philosophy Bubble from IVS. I don't know whether you know her or her rooms, and the club philosophy bubble. Just look at the room chat, and in a moment I will also the paper. Just late night when I had local time, it was even after 3 a.m. because I could not go. It was so interesting, and it's exactly about this. Really interesting theories which you're pointing to. Yeah, how can we conceive about consciousness, mind, and matter, and so on? And this is our physics of today enough? So I really recommend to go to the replay and to attend these rooms. Yeah, thank you.
Kyle, I had a quick question regarding that. So, any thoughts on the sort of the limits to the computation that inherently exist in the universe? Like, probably a very layman thought on this is like, I think there's something, is it the Lagrange or is it the Bernstein limit? I think that, when you start to compute out of like high density in a small sort of region of space, you start to get black hole formation, and so there is limit to that, right? Certain Planck length. Maybe you're a physicist, so you can be more specific. I'm a little all over the place, but that's an interesting angle as well, to the limits of the computation. Like when people say super intelligence or like that sort of things, uh, these factors also need to be talked about. Like, what does it mean for storage density? How much storage would you need to have such sort of intelligence if it's purely non-biological? Then like what are the other constraints that the universe imposes on such a system? So yeah, if any thoughts, I would love to hear that.
yeah, first I'd like Willie, would you mind repeating what is the channel specifically? And are you referring to the replay of this particular group, this chat today?
Yeah, if you go to the replay, you will automatically see the club. Yeah? I think it was in the club Philosophy Bubble. Else, you go to the moderator Ivy's bio and see where she is in the room. She makes really great rooms because she has the talent to invite high-level people like Bernardo Kastrup or even Donald Hoffman, which I never could approach. Probably, she has. I don't know her trick. but it's really experts who are invited, and then later when there was a panel talk, it's open debate, and you might be happy to be part of this, and we are looking forward to another session. The date is not clear, with Bernardo Kastrup, who is also on essentialfoundation.org, where a lot of people with alternative ideas, contrary to a lot of mainstream we already know from our physics textbook. And so I'm just guessing that this also for VGR, if you don't know it, VGR, and if you allow for because I really have to leave now. It's so addictive to be in a good room while I'm on many
You
days.
can't leave now, Willie. I made you the moderator, so you can't leave.
I only want, if you allow, because some don't like it if people read a text. It's really short. I will only read a paragraph of the response. I will read the prompt, for your entertainment and your enlightenment, because I was talking about it. And I usually, because I'm not a coder and did not make an automated copy making of all the chats, so I do it manually. It's a shame, but they are valuable for me, especially because ChatGPT changes. There's a new release maybe, and then maybe some philosophical dialogue even is worse than before, So the prompt is, should we train the autonomous AI systems to behave like self-sacrificing saints? Yeah, like self-sacrificing saints. I leave out the first paragraph, and the second is, one potential concern is that training AI systems to prioritize self-sacrifice could lead to unintended consequences, such as the AI system making decisions that are not in the best interest of the people, organizations it is intended to serve. That's very general, of course. It's not really brain work here. But what would I have said? I would have no idea what to say about it. If you ask me, make a statement about this question, and you have 2 minutes, probably I wouldn't have not any response, not even such a mediocre response. And the paragraph goes on. It is also possible that such an approach could be exploited or manipulated by nefarious actors who could use the AI system's self-sacrificing behavior for their own gain. Now, this is a smart sentence, yes, in my point of view. Now, I leave out the other paragraphs just to give you an example. And in a moment, when I will leave, I leave to the audience at least, I share it in the room chat, because I remembered that actually I was so excited about the dialogue that I made a Google Drive. I was not sure whether this is part of the text I have on my Google Drive. And then you can read it for yourself if you're interested. Now, the other prompt is, and then I've finished, should humans educate their AI products to respect them like gods for safety reasons? I repeat, should humans educate their AI products to respect them like gods for safety reasons? Second paragraph again, rather than trying to educate AI systems to respect humans like gods, it is important to focus on ensuring that AI systems are designed and used in a way, blah, blah, blah. Okay, this is not an interesting paragraph. Maybe I use the first one, because the last paragraphs are usually very empty. So the first one of the three is, it is not necessary or advisable to educate artificial intelligence systems to respect humans like gods in order to ensure their safety. So you see, the ChatGPT is confusing the whole thing because it's statistics, and it's talking about their safety, while I was talking about the safety of humanity. Just a good example. I did not know that a typical mistakes happen here is happening here, but you see that it takes the whole grammar in the other way around. Because the question was, of course, about the human safety reasons. Second sentence, while it is important to consider the ethical and social implications of AI to ensure that AI systems are designed and used in a way that is responsible and beneficial to society, it is not necessary or appropriate to imbue AI systems with religious or moral concepts such as respect or reverence. And so this is rather empty compared with the other one, where this nefarious actor thing is something you might easily overlook. Yeah, it's of course, if you're in cybersecurity, it's a no-brainer. You think 24/7 about nefarious actors, but for an average guy, it has some valuable content, so to speak. What is the threat when you have this programming as self-sacrificing? There's no guarantee that it is not abused by a nefarious actor. And this is an example of the creativity of the new generative AI systems. And if they are becoming more autonomous, then by definition, because autonomous means to have no control. Yeah? A system is autonomous if a system B has no control with the system. And in our culture, we already had such experience. Now make a quiz with the panel. They will hate me for this because they probably will not have the answer on their lips. Already in our culture, we had to adapt to intelligences. What in our evolution, in our cultural evolution, does anyone have an idea? It's actually it's simple, but you probably will not find
Say
it.
the question again, Willie.
In our cultural evolution as mankind, we already had a stage where we had to adapt to other intelligent systems.
Oh, no.
It's a domestication of animals. So we have horses, cats, and dogs, and the love for cat videos probably is now in our genes, because we love to watch the cat because it was catching the mice, which was eating the corn or the food. Yeah, so we love cats and had a co-evolution with cats, while we have also tamed dogs and tamed even horses to ride on them. So these are actually, of course, biorobots, and we have some laws in our cultural evolution that forbid to punish, like to kill yeah, of course, if there's a dog who has bitten a kid and the kid is dead, usually the dog is shot dead. Yeah, so but this is not a punishment, but it's a protection. So in the Middle Ages, actually, it could happen that an animal was punished despite it had no reason and just was working by instinct. Yeah, so in the Enlightenment, we said no, there is no bad intent, so you cannot put it into jail for this. You can protect yourself and kill it, but this is not a punishment, but a protection. And so the same might happen with our cultural co-evolution with robots, that we will have adaptation with each other, a co-evolution, which is maybe even a bit similar to what we already have done with dangerous animals, which from time to time are really a threat to, for instance, kids, and really people die from domestic animals. Is it domestic? Katharina, help me. Domestic animals, Haustiere, what I mean? Just this.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, pets or domestic.
Pets,
Yeah,
of course, pets.
pets. Yeah.
So this is just an outlook that we are not in a totally new situation, but we can analyze how did we adapt to other intelligent systems like animals in our culture, and we are living really even in the urban space. Many people live with dogs and so, and we we are not so aware that this is maybe similar with having some intelligence in the future of a dog level. Yeah. So, for instance, to have a guardian which is protecting your home, let's say your flat, not a house, but just your home. And when you're coming home, it has to differentiate you from an intruder, else it will maybe bite you, or even kind of maybe not kill you, but have kind of a teaser, for instance. And so I'm looking forward that we will see some kind of a zoo of robots, which are carefully to be designed not to be killed by your own robot. Yeah. And the first robot Amazon was making had no arms, no hands, because probably the design team, I don't remember the name, just Google Amazon robot, then you will find it. And it's really, it kind of looks like not very dangerous, because in their research, probably the design team found that people instantly find it risky if it has arms which can act on you. Like, even it's a little kid of 3 years, and it's the robot is hitting the kid in the face. This is a headline: robot attacks kid. Yeah, despite it's by accident or so. And so they made a good design decision, of course, strategically, to introduce service robots. And this robot cannot even open your fridge to bring you a cold beer. So it's rather useless, I think. But the point is to understand that the designers, uh, contrary to the cultural evolution with animals, have the total freedom to start with harmless robots, to introduce them into our society. And if you are a bit paranoid and think about the Skynet all the time and so on, you will think, now that's a strategy of the soft takeover of robots, to adjust, to start to love them. They are so helpful, they are so useful. And then later they get arms. And in the night, you will lock your door maybe of the sleeping room, because you don't feel so sure that this robot is not intelligent and has his own autonomous reasonings about you, especially when it starts to study the awful, cruel, full of violence history of mankind, where the robot with an ethics might think it's the best to kill a human because humans are so violent. Now, with this sarcastical sentence, I really close. And so have a good time. I'm still in the audience listening. But yeah, it's really addictive to have such a good room. Thank you, Katharina, for starting it. Thank you also, VTR and Carol, still being there, and all the listeners. Thank you. We need also you listeners very much to have it, yeah, very interesting and full of inspiration to have such a room. Thank you.
Thanks for
Oh,
all those.
thank. Go ahead, Kyle.
I was going to say thanks for all those points, and then I did have some thoughts in reply to the idea of going back to computational limits that the universe may impose on our work. And I will point out, I'm not a physicist. I'm a communications person, but it might as well be the frontier of physics in today's world to me. So, but in my understanding, if the decay of a black hole, the 0 point decay, has an inflationary effect on the the global medium of the universal substrate, hence the expanding universe. And what we need to build our systems on, as I understand, is a infinite inflationary model, which this distributed field is an infinite inflationary model because of the omnipresence of the scalar, the duplicity of the scalar. You can imagine like the white light is the maximal dispersion of frequencies, and it carries the highest entropy. And I could refer you to a pretty interesting article or paper. It's actually called Mean Field Limits and Beyond. Mean Field Limits and Beyond by Jay Hoeksema from Eindhoven University of Technology. This is a very recent paper, just a couple months ago, but it was this man successfully defended his thesis, just got his PhD for this, and he's talking about the wave edge, which is almost like this, the evolving blockchain is this distributed center where the wave edge is increasing in complexity and entropy can always go up. According to his math, it's a mathematical theory, but it's the exact same math actually that I've been working on. So I was very excited to find this paper. And actually, my mom shared the paper with me, interestingly enough. So, in my understanding, the decay of a black hole inflating the space-time medium is extending the wavelength of the holographic wavelength of the universe, which allows for increased entropy conjugations at various points. I guess I don't know if I would consider them nodes. I think it's a higher dimensional node where the node acts like a wave. But the idea is that having an inflationary model beyond artificial intelligence as well. I have an economic theory that theoretically it works out that there's a way to almost implement the same concept where it's a transition from direct current electricity model of economics to an alternating current model of economics where currency is basically the intrinsic value of currency can be reduced to asymptotic zero or approaching zero, and theoretically the social benefit is maximized in this model. The harder problem is implementation, and my idea is to create a parallel pathway where we create almost like an augmented economy where we use all the best of crypto and combine it into basically a play start almost like a monopoly money that's play money in the sense that it's used to facilitate a game profile. Clearly it would have everything has realistic implications, but the point is you have to create like a electrical shunt to route energy out of this momentous direct current centralized economic system we have, that we are viewing the programming challenges through the economic lens and the constraints and the human panic essentially that's associated with this paradigm of determining how do we distribute power, how do we distribute safety, all these kinds of things, in the lens of human emotion, blah 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 blah. If we view things where entropy can always be increased in a certain model, I think that it, includes the points that Willie was just making. And I have to admit, I am a little bit high on THC, and I have to stop myself because my thought train just hit a blank. So, but that's again, I'm glad there are replays. So that's what I got.
Yeah, thank you so much, Kyle and Willie, for the contributions. They were really wonderful and really a lot of food for thought in all kinds of aspects. And we will see how these things play out in the future. I find it really interesting to think about, and I thought about that too with how we treat pets and how they are gaining basically also more rights. That you shouldn't hit them or treat them bad, but then also there are pets that can inherit nowadays fortunes. When people don't have children, they can inherit their fortune to pets, and other rights are evolving, which I think is also kind of a predictor that the closer we will start interacting with their eyes and kind of give them a human attributes through this communication, the more rights we will probably demand for those AIs, and it will be really interesting to observe if that's a good thing or a bad thing. That's the question. There's a lot of discussion from experts that say if we attribute them human type of characteristics, um, we kind of don't see them as tools anymore, and then it becomes more addictive and worse for social interaction, because we will then maybe just communicate with the AIs in the future because they're always available. They will always tell us what do we want to hear, maybe. So they will be maybe a better conversation partner than a human in the future, and maybe even life partner. There are these robots in Japan, these wife robots that became kind of really cheap, and I guess there will be also a husband robot. So yeah, the question is how it will change our interaction, and how we will still be able to adapt, because the thing is, when we get catered to all day long to what we want and what we need, a key feature for humans is, I think, to adapt to all kinds of environments and situations, right? We can adapt to almost anything. It's kind of the main feature we have, why we take over any kind of environment on this earth, right? Even Antarctica, let's say. And the thing is, will we be able to keep this feature in the future if we are constantly catered to? Because we are still a biological organism, and whatever we don't use, usually the organism over time decides that this is not worth keeping, because it's still trying to be efficient. So let's delete this type of feature in the system because we don't need it anymore. And I don't know if just that alone can over time turn into a self-destructive kind of path, just because we don't need to adapt anymore, so let's just cut it off the system. I don't know. And that has also to do with, general intelligence and so on. We need, but maybe not in the future. So our brain just cuts down things. So it will be interesting. I don't know. Yeah, really, I agree. But you know that there is already a humanoid robot that became citizen of a country, and we just give them attributes that they don't have. And the thing is, will we give them rights too? And it kind of looks like people tend to give them rights. So I agree, it shouldn't be the case, but it's a risk, right, that we give things we interactive a lot with, that we give them kind of attributes they don't have, and then also tend to empathize and give rights. Okay, we've been talking for a bunch of hours since 12, so 4.5 hours. I'm not sure if the recording limitation is also still in place for Clubhouse. That will kick in soon, and then there's no recording anymore. So I would say if anyone still has something they urgently want to contribute this week, please go ahead. If not, this type of to have in the beginning kind of an educational part, and then in the end to have like this open discussion will continue on the weekends, probably on a bi-weekly basis. So yeah, feel free to come back, tune in. Usually we have during the week research topics that have been very recently published by the actual scientists, where we also have in the end kind of a discussion session. So also feel free to tune in for that. But yeah, thank you, and I'm looking forward to continue this discussion in the future and adding more, you know, to this PowerPoint educational platform type 2. So thank you so much, everyone. This was a really great discussion. Okay, then I'll close the room in 3, 2, 1. Bye.
Thanks for hosting it. Have a good day.
Thank you, you too. Happy Sunday, everyone. Bye.